Hey, Sam.
How's it going?
How can you all sit so still with that music, man?
I'm just not sure if boogie woogie is an appropriate professional presence on a Zoom meeting, but it's certainly a temptation.
It's zooming around.
I understand Leland only comes here for the music.
Hey, welcome everybody to the Zoom Test Kitchen. I'm Jeff Widgren, your host, and we meet here every Friday afternoon at 3 p.m. Eastern. And it's another great day and to come together and figure out some more ins and outs of Zooms and Zoom webinar. And we've got a special guest with us today as well, Sam Kokajko from Zoom, their events specialist team that recently, last week, delivered the Work Transformation Summit. Stellar delivery, huge step up from, I would say, previous deliveries, as good as they were as well. This one was even better. And Sam's here to share with us at least some. I can't give away all the secrets today because they have an official showing of the behind the scenes that'll be hosted by Zoom in a week or two. And we'll get the date on that, but we also have a link that I'll put in the chat to that so you can get registered for that event as well. But we'll get some early insight into it and find out what all got inserted and what was new and some of the other tools and so forth. So it was nothing short of very impressive. So I'd like to welcome you all out. I've still got some people rolling in and registering and so forth, but certainly good to be here with you. Sam, say hello.
Hey guys, how's it going? Good to be here.
Yeah, good to have you back. And
Yeah.
we've got Andy Carluccio, who I used to introduce differently, but Andy Carluccio from Zoom these days. And sure that is turning out to be a ton of fun for you and busy and structured, but it is quite cool to have you there, Andy, for sure. I think little by little by little, everybody in this industry will realize just what a great move that was, and it will show itself over time. We've got, let me take a look here. Let me take the spotlight off and go gallery, and others can change to gallery if you'd like as well. We've got Leland in the house, George, Kenneth, who doesn't think my music's appropriate. Anyways, it's fun. It's a marker. We're kind of stuck with it now. If I believe in consistency, that's our track. It's all, copyright free music from the YouTube library, and it's become how we open and close the show these days.
Au contraire, my friend, it's outstanding.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, Ken. And Ed Willick is back in the house. He's been busy and away for a while. Glad to have you back here, Ed. And I've got next on my gallery, RJ, Chris, Peter. So good to have you. Lois, always good to have you. Been here, been coming to the Zoom Test Kitchen for a long time and doing some great things. Kuhn, John Middleton, thanks so much for coming in. Hector, RJ already said, Tony Mobley, Kevin Babcock is also here from Zoom, and Sherman, Jill, Talon, Brody, Glenn, and Muddy Schlegel. So anyways, so good to have you folks here with us. And we will, following Sam's share and your Q&A with Sam and whoever else he pulls in with his team to answer those questions, that Q&A session, we will also follow that with the traditional kind of culture of the Zoom Test Kitchen. If you have questions, successes, things that you've run into that you'd like to either get your hands on or figure out or ask, and one of us in here probably has some experience, thoughts, or ideas on that, and we'll have the regular workshop as well. So I will at this time, Sam, if you're ready to do what you've come prepared with to share, I will turn the floor over to you. And we're excited to hear what you have to share about the Work Transformation Summit and all the efforts that you and your team put in delivering that summit. So the floor is yours.
Awesome. Well, I'm not prepared. I'm just going to come here and talk, which is what I usually do with you guys.
Yep.
You just talk for a bit, and then you ask me some questions, and I talk some more, and we have fun. I'm going to start off with saying the thing I say every time I come in here, and that's I keep seeing posts and questions. Other than putting in a support ticket to get HD turned on, how can I get HD? Just put in the support ticket. Put in the support ticket. Get HD. Stop doing events in 360 on Zoom, please. Get them in 720. Submit the support ticket. You can get 720 on a pro license. On Business Plus, you can get 1080. The difference between 1080 and 720 is not huge. The difference between 720 and 360 is massive. Please don't do events in 360.
Yeah.
No Facebook portals, no Zoom room tricks. Don't worry about it. Submit the ticket. They'll approve it. Let's rock and roll, guys.
So that's, Matt, I know that's the third time now you've publicly announced this in the Zoom Test Kitchen and it's a different announcement, right? I mean, previously, deep into the pandemic, the only half a chance you had was to submit a support ticket for 720. I think is it fair to say that your announcement is just submit the request for 720 HD and you'll get it these days. Yeah, I mean, it's much easier to get the response than open a wish when you hit support with that ticket, right?
Yeah, well, and the difference a lot is even in the past times I've talked about it, I've talked about 1080. And 1080 with a business account, you can get it. 1080 with a pro account, you're not really supposed to get it. You might, especially if you say, hey, I have this one event on this date. Sometimes they'll be lenient or they'll reach out to me or something. And there are some special approvals. You might get lucky, but it's not guaranteed. But 720, you can get. 720, you just request it, you'll get it. There you go. And like I said, 720 versus 1080 on Zoom, because of the way the optimization goes and the bandwidth, it's not night and day. There's also so many other things that go into 1080 on Zoom. I've seen 720 feeds look better in some cases, in some situations. My point is, you want 720, you need 720. We want you to have 720. If you're doing events, if you're doing things where you're bringing in feeds into your cameras, you're using vMix, you're using virtual cameras, you're using hardware, you're using something nice, you have a reason, just request it. It'll get approved. With that, so Work Transformation Summit was an event that we did last week. Wow, it's only been a little over a week. It felt like a lot longer ago at this point. But if you guys didn't catch it, you are able to go find it on our hub. We have the recordings posted. Kevin, if I can send you to go find that link first, which will be where you can find the recordings of the hub. Some interesting thoughts in there. It was a really great sort of half-day seminar, I think, kind of all around. Really happy with the content and the audience response to it. Obviously, my care about it is mostly focused on the production side, but in general, it was a pretty neat conference that Zoom put on. The big difference with it was that it was the first session or the first big show we had done with the new setups that my team has switched over to. As you guys know, have heard us talk about, we were previously Zoom Room feeding into an ATEM Mini Extreme, typically, using mix effects a lot of the time to try to do our animated super sources, stuff like that. We have since switched over to vMix for our primary rigs, and are pretty happy with it, honestly. Like it's going well. There's a whole new slew of things to test and things to work out and learn, like any piece of equipment. But it's been pretty good to us, and the capabilities is pretty crazy as far as what we've been able to do with that. So overall, we're going to really dig in and have a nice clean presentation on it. We have a public webinar on February 16th, and then another one on February, what's the week after that? That's the 23rd. The 16th is going to be in the afternoon US time, designed for the US for Pacific time in particular. The one on the 23rd is actually designed for EMEA time zone. Exact same content. We're going to do the exact same show both times. But that show is going to be the same production level of the Work Transformation Summit entirely. So we're going to have a full-on what we call the produced panel with graphics and switching the whole thing through vMix, a lot of bells and whistles. But we're going to be, during that one, showing a really in-depth breakdown of all the different pieces that went into it. So I definitely encourage you guys to sign up for that. One of the cooler things that we're hoping to do at this point is we're planning to take our comms call. We always, when we're switching shows like this, we have a separate Zoom meeting that we're using as our intercom system to keep all of our crew going, because throughout the Work Transformation Summit, everyone was switching it from home, with the exception of a small camera crew on site with the execs. Everyone else, it was switched out of a vMix rig here in Austin. Tech director happened to be in Austin, but in a different house. I was here. Backup rig was in Massachusetts. Stage manager was in Ohio. Like, we're spread all over the country. So we have a Zoom call going for intercom. One of the cool things we're planning on doing on this webinar on the 16th is we're taking a little bit of a note from Matt in the kitchen, and we're going to throw that comms call into a translated channel inside the Zoom webinar. So you'll actually be able to go pick your language and listen to our comms call if you want, at least for part of it. We'll see how crazy it gets. But there, we've got a link in the chat now for the hub where you can watch the recordings of the Work Transformation Summit if you want to scroll through there and get an idea of what we did. But like I said, on the 16th, we're going to go really in depth and talk about it well presented. Here, I'm going to give you a quick little glance at it. So in large part, throughout the show, we had 4 or 5 different sections in our sort of main keynote. So a single webinar. The entire thing was a Zoom event, but we had kind of this main opening single webinar session before it turned into a couple individual webinars that happened concurrently for our afternoon breakouts, and then came back to another webinar for the closing. This was all done in the Zoom events platform with the lobby and all those fun bells and whistles. But as far as the production itself, we had that one main webinar that we were switching. Throughout that webinar, we had a bunch of different panels, starting with our MC and our main opening with Eric and Oded. That was all done from our headquarters in California. So we had a production company there with 2 cameras aiming at a green screen. For anyone who didn't think it was green screen, it totally was. And if you look closely, you can totally tell, but it did look good. But we had those 2 standing in front of green screen, mic'd up and all that. Actually, our Zoom op for that is here in the call today with us, which, I don't know, if he wants to talk, I'll let him, but yeah, so we had that coming, and one of the new pieces here, we actually threw him for a little bit of a loop, because one of the new pieces here was, because we have the 2 cameras coming into Zoom. You guys have heard me talk about this before, but I don't ever like having multiple computers joined to the same call from one location, and that's because of the audio. It's because Zoom doesn't have a locked time domain. So Zoom, part of what makes us really rugged in cases of a lot of packet loss or bad network conditions is the fact that we will stretch and play with time a little bit. If you ever listen to like someone on Wi-Fi sharing or bringing in their mic content and they have music playing as they're, they bring pre-show music in through a mic like Jeff is doing. If he didn't have a rock solid internet connection and you listen to something with a very strong rhythmic beat, you can frequently hear that shift and that time. And if you have a strong sense of rhythm, it'll drive you up a wall because it'll start stretching and slowing it down, and you'll hear it rush.
Yeah, I sometimes listen to office hours in the morning on my mobile device in my vehicle, and there will be times where somebody's talking as if they're on fast forward, and it's trying to kind of catch
right.
up
And is that it's your cell connection having a hard time, and it's basically stretching time and then picking up the packets when it starts to get some stuff. It's why Zoom works in all sorts of network connections. It's why Zoom can keep its quality where it can. It's marvel of technology. But anytime you have two computers, so in this instance, we have two cameras. If we were to take those two cameras and connect them to two laptops and join them up to a Zoom call, the problem is they're in one Zoom call. So my audio is mixed. If I take that mixed audio, I'm only going to use the audio from computer one. So computer one has both mics routed to it. I'm using the video from computer one and the audio from computer one. It's great. My lip sync is great. It's all lined up. Awesome. If it decides to play with time, they're both being played with the same and they're staying in sync with each other. That second computer, if I use the video from computer two, but I have to use the audio from computer one, there's no guarantee that those are going to be synced. And if you sit there all day with them and you do that and you watch those two calls all day, most of the time they'll be really close, if not in sync. But every now and then they'll slip. I had someone do this the other day where I had them send a video signal up into Zoom and then take 8 different computers and bring it down on all 8 computers, pin it to all 8 computers, take those 8, throw them into vMix on a super source and record the super source. I guess I'm really mixing terms here, calling it super source and vMix, but take that, record it, and then let me watch the video. And their source content they put up into Zoom was a traditional like countdown clock spinning, giving me seconds and time and all the sync checks. And if you watch that video, you can watch that they'll be up to a half second off between your furthest forward one and your furthest back one between those 8. And at any given point in time, scrolling through this hour-long video, like it's all over the place. So you really have to be careful with that. All of that to circle back and say, to get these two cameras up into one computer, we used a Zoom room. Because Zoom Rooms now has the ability, it's called multi-stream. Zoom Rooms has the ability to bring multiple camera feeds up to 3. It can actually do 3 HD camera feeds at the same time from one computer. So by doing that, we were able to switch capture cards around. I think what we ended up with was the Aja UTAPs as our capture cards there was what worked really well for us. You can mix and match. I've also seen it done, like when we did Innovators, we had them do the same thing with a Zoom room, and they actually ran vMix in the background of that Zoom room computer and used its virtual cameras to bring 3 virtual cameras from vMix over on the same machine. But this was 2 Aja UTAPs bringing our cameras in, fed into this one Zoom room, and that's how we got these 2 cameras with mixed audio up into the cloud in sync with each other. So now we have those sources coming up. Now we need to pull them back down. For that, we use Zoom ISO. So Zoom ISO we had 2 different transport M1 Mac Minis connected to our vMix rig. One of them was in this meeting with our 2 camera sources from headquarters, bringing those down to NDI feeds. The other one was in a separate Zoom transport meeting, which is where all of our other panels throughout the day would join. All the other panels throughout the day were joining from home, just on their standard home setups. We would take up to 4 of them at a time, pin them with Zoom ISO to those 4 individual NDI feeds, get that mixed audio down, and bring that into vMix. And now that let us have those 2 different transport meetings, so we can have, during our main keynote with Eric and Oded, my stage manager is on and talking to the people in Transport 2, getting them tech checked, getting them ready to go, all that fun stuff. So that was kind of the new stuff there with the Zoom room as a capture source to bring multiple camera feeds up. And as Andy points out, Office Hours 2.0 is doing the same thing with 3 web presenters into a Zoom room so that you get those 3 camera sources all locked in sync with each other. And then ISO on the output end to get them all out. We also could have used Zoom Rooms and its NDI for the output, but that would limit us to 3. And on our second Mac Mini, we're using 4. But that and the interface is why we ended up doing ISO. A couple options, but that's what we ended up with. All that's feeding
any particular sets of nerves within yourself or your team for kind of the items that were kind of a first for your team? Any nerves associated to that first, or a crap ton of testing ahead of time naturally as well?
Yeah, I mean, lots of testing. So we had been working with this for testing it for a lot of time. It's also, most of it isn't I don't think there were very many things that were necessarily a straight first. It wasn't like the first time we'd ever plugged in ISO or Zoom rooms. We had been doing all these things maybe in combination or in this exact engineering or to this scale is more of what it was. But we've used Zoom rooms as an ingest point with multiple cameras before. Like I talked about on Innovators, we used it that way. We've used ISO as a way to pull feeds out before. That's not necessarily new. This is not our first show switching on vMix. It was just the first one of this scale for Zoom internally. Because the last big Zoom shows we were switching were for Zoomtopia, and that one we were still back in our ATEM Extremes. But we've switched several customer shows since then. So we've obviously had a lot of testing and study halls done internally with our team to really vet everything out and practice, as well as some actual customer events already that we've done on the new systems. The big thing that really changed on this one was just the scale and scope, the level of graphics, lots and lots of graphics of a couple different formats that we were playing in. I guess one trick that we did that we haven't done before, but I quite enjoyed, was most of the different looks you see throughout are they're all built with multi-views in vMix, and they tend to be like if we look at like the 4-up shot, it's, you know, your layers are a background, and then you have a layer for each person's video. You have a layer for the borders, and I think we had just one layer for all 4 borders that had already been aggregated into the 4-up look. You have any overlays for lower thirds and stuff, and then you have your bugs, your logos in the bottom. But you're kind of layering it that way with your background and all these foreground elements. We did end up actually flipping that backwards for our main 1-ups, for instance, of Eric at the beginning. So when Eric is talking, what that actually is his virtual background that we keyed on, his camera source with the chroma key applied to get rid of the green screen. And then it's actually a foreground matte of the background. The reason we ended up doing that is if you watch with Eric and also with Gary at times, what we did was we had them centered there, and then they would shift to the right to allow room for graphics. And we wanted it to look like a camera pan. So Andy's actually got it up on his video feed there as he's scrolling through it. You can see Eric in the center. And then basically what we did was we would pan him, make it look like the camera had panned over as the background and him shift. Obviously, it's not. There we go. There's that shift right there. So the way it's actually happening is our virtual background and him are both moving. And what we did was, instead of moving them identically, we decided to do some of that old school like Disney animation parallax effect. And actually, the background moves slightly more than he does to try to add that illusion of depth. The other thing we added here was a black gradient that fades on to make those overlay graphics pop a little bit more, because with the background, particularly on Gary's background, was even worse, but the white text was starting to disappear into it a little bit. So we have that like slight darkening on the left side of the screen. It's just a black gradient there. But yeah, so that was one of the more interesting little things that we did, I think, within that. And we did a whole lot of those with the with over shoulder graphics there, as well as later on in the session, there would be lots of things where it would be Eric and Oded talking. That one was a virtual set where we had Eric and Oded's boxes cropped down into a 1:1 sort of ratio with a big 16:9 content window above it. And then this was a virtual set in vMix, so we would zoom in. Mostly it was just either zooming out to show our B-roll content, which is all that was filling up top, or we'd migrate down to them to let them talk. The two of them are standing 6 feet away from each other on the same green screen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I noticed whether it was, leveraging the vMix, merge transition or whatnot, when you'd have like 4-ups that you would, it would glide into the active speaker and glide back and so forth. And it rather impressive.
Yeah, and we found on the 4-up in particularly, we actually didn't use a virtual set. We started with one. We started with a virtual set, and the 4-up, Andy, is going to be later on in the session. It'll be, yeah, that's it. So here you have the 4 of them. And what we started as a virtual set where it was this, and then we would just zoom in. But we found that when we zoomed in, like if I zoomed in on Donna right now, I would see the corner of Lynn and Becky's box, and it just ended up kind of sloppy. So what we ended up doing was we ended up taking this and then building ourselves 4 1-ups for each of them. The important part is this one up of Donna, she's on the left of the screen, which means in that one up of Donna, the other three are either straight sideways or side and up, side and down of her, which means that when we merge, the boxes fly on and off from the right direction. So instead of just having a single one up and switching who the source is within it, we were able to merge between any of these. So if we were to fly from her to her, you see that she went up and left, she came up from the bottom, and it in general tries to keep the motion going the same direction. We did not, we actually went into the show a little bit in an experimental sense. We did this to the 4-up panel. The 3-up panel, we did leave as a virtual set. And here you can actually see, like what I was talking about with the little crop. We hated it. We did this about twice, and then we stopped switching. We just stayed wide on them. But that was kind of the two different approaches that we took to these different looks.
Good stuff. Thanks for clearing that up.
One thing that I think we learned on this one was it was kind of a shift for us. Traditionally, we had always looked at it as you bring someone on, you intro them, you hit their lower third, it clears, and you move on. And one of the things we found on this show was people kept asking for the names again, and it's because of the way people are ingesting content now. People in general were opening this session, running it in the background, and then going on with their day. And then they would hear a really great quote or because it's a thought leadership sort of summit. They would hear a great quote or a great thought or something, and at that point decide they wanted to look and see who said that, why, get some context, which meant that from an audience perspective, they basically wanted the lower thirds up all the time. So we started running them more and more. But I think in our future designs, we're probably going to go ahead and, instead of, like right now, this look is the background, the 3 video boxes, the borders, and then an overlay with the 3 lower thirds. What we're probably going to end up doing is taking the video source itself, doing a virtual input of that, where we put the lower third on it, and then using that in all of our different views. So the lower third is just part of their video. It's every time I see Gary, his lower third is sitting there chilling with him the whole time. Again, definitely a different approach than I think what we anticipated needing, but it's what they're calling for.
Good stuff. And lower thirds right now are vMix driven.
Yes. Yeah.
We highlighted a example, I think, from webinar with the wallpaper, if you will, and as well names and title type lower thirds, and so
yeah, the webinar branding and name tags.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was all in all a very strict production doing its external thing, feeding into a webinar, spotlighting that 1:16:9 video up the whole time, and taking advantage of nothing from the Zoom platform. We're using chat, we're using Q&A, we're using the larger Zoom events, but from a webinar standpoint, it's all very cut and dry external production.
Yeah, fully produced. But you did mention early when we first started the show here is that it was the Zoom events platform, but you did mention, if I translated this correctly and then say it correctly, or correct me if I'm wrong, but we needed a hidden webinar from the Zoom events audience. Therefore, you simply created a Zoom webinar, not inside of Zoom events, but an outside webinar. Didn't you mention that you had an outside webinar somewhere?
No, no, it was all of the sessions were within Zoom events. I think it was more of just the grouping of the fact that, there was a welcome opening keynote, and then like you saw as Andy was scrubbing to that video, there's like 4 different panels and segments within there, including a break and some other stuff. That was all a single webinar as far as Zoom events was concerned.
Okay. Tony, did I see your hand up earlier with a question?
Yes, I had a question. I hope I'm sounding real loud to myself. Apologize if I am.
I think it's leveled here. Yeah.
Okay, I was wondering, you said that vMix is the way in which the lower thirds are done. I was wondering, is there any chance to be able to do it with Ecamm or Mimo Live?
Yes, I mean, a lot of options there. We went relatively straightforward and simple on the lower thirds. We were using GT Titler built into vMix, but you could totally bring that in as a source. And I don't know, Andy, if you want to add to that on exact methodology. I'm not hearing you. I did see you on mute though, so.
So maybe this is better. We did have a nice conversation with eCam recently where we were just talking about some of these workflow related items, and I think there is, you look at the vision mixer section, right? And that's sort of a replaceable component of the pipeline, right? It's like there's a big divide between hardware and software. And then, we could talk about whether you're mixing on an A10 Mini or whether you're mixing on a Constellation, right? But or other brand switchers, Grass Valley, stuff like that, but they're all sort of in a certain group. And then on the other side, you have the vision mixers, right? Which are typically going to be software-based vision mixing, right? Where vMix, eCam, Mimo, those all sort of take a really strong position. And I think that in the workflow that Sam's describing, you could sort of swap out that vMix component for another component that was more familiar to you or was more in tune with your platform if you needed to. And you would still get access to things like titling, mixing, multi-sources. They all tend to cover those bases pretty well. The thing to keep in mind is that with the paradigm here is the isolated contributor workflow, right? Which makes it really easy to deal with the titling. In sort of other situations, if you were just like following active speaker and Zoom was just sort of switching itself to whatever source it was on, then it might be hard to title something like that because you don't know when it's going to roll over to that. So I think in order, Tony, to get to this point, the two things you need to do is have an isolated contributor workflow and a software vision mixer, and then you can start to build looks that kind of resemble something like this.
Yeah. Good stuff. And talking about that vision mixer, no matter the platform really, I'm assuming that you had like a vMix A, vMix B combination that were they actively both switching? Let's say you had a Stream Deck in front of them or something similar that was switching both vMix A and vMix B, and then only one of those vMixes at any given time were the primary output, or what kind of redundancy did you put together on this show?
So we ultimately we're switching from homes, so there's a lot of different redundancy needed in the chain. I can have redundant vMix machines in front of me, and that's not going to help me if I have a power outage. I can have battery backup, but that's not going to help me if I have a blip on my internet line. Maybe I can have dual ISPs, but that's only if I have dual ISPs available to me of decent bandwidth. And that's what we usually find for these homes and stuff is like, you'll have one good fiber provider, and then that's your option. So what we end up doing is kind of taking a sledgehammer approach to redundancy. We just build the rig twice in two different houses in two different states. So like this show, our primary op was in Texas. Our secondary op was in Massachusetts. They both have all of the rig. So they have the Mac Minis connected up to those transport meetings, and then they're each pulling down the video feeds, putting it into vMix, running vMix and all the slides and all the content and all the things at the same time. If there's a video roll, my backup op will typically take it 5 seconds late or so, just to give us a little buffer there. But other than that, they're doing all the switches in time with each other. And then if something should happen to my primary op, either they're able to say, hey, something went down, or we see it, or they just stop responding on comms because their whole house just got hit by a meteor. Then the backup op turns their video on. The primary op either turns the video off or has been removed already, and we switch over that way. That sort of failover process is hard, but there's a lot of steps to it. We're working on trying to see how much of that we can automate, particularly because the backup op is also our QC. So the backup rig op is also the one who's listening to the mix as an attendee view. They're listening to that program feed coming in, and they are doing QC on it for lip sync and all those things while they're switching the show. The reason for that is because that gives them the first ability to be the one to hear, hey, we had a problem, or see, hey, we had a problem, I need to go live. And so now what we're looking at is where opportunities arise to use Zoom OSC or other things where we could have remote control or other pipes in to that person's far end rig so that you have the ability not only to open yourself up, but ultimately our goal is a one button push on a Stream Deck that does all the things it needs to do to unroute listening to their audio, route back listening to your own mix audio, because you haven't been listening to your mix in the meantime while you're QCing theirs, switch over the routing, turn your camera on, turn your mic on, spotlight you, remove the spotlight of the other person, mute them, stop their video if you can, and kind of get everything routed over. In a utopian world where we hope to get to soon, I've got Jonathan's going to be working on this a lot for us, is getting it to where they basically have a button that says take all, and you hit it and everything comes to you. And then, okay, we want to give it back. That other person hits it, everything comes to him.
Yeah, good stuff. So your backup op was, let's just say, is in the meeting, is in the same Zoom meeting. Let's just call it a dark video, right? Their video in Zoom isn't on.
Yep.
All they're switching within seconds with the primary live switcher. They're looking at their program window of vMix, so they know that they're where they need to be and so forth. If all heck broke loose, then they become visible and they get spotlit, and away you go. Continue.
So yeah, if we're in a webinar situation where we're just spotlighting the one person up, then what you'll see my main operator will have their name, Work Transformation Summit. My backup operator will be called Work Transformation Summit, period. That's how, if you ever see that hop up, we went to a backup. We'll just add a dot to the end of it. That way we can distinguish it in the meeting, but it's not too obvious to the audience. And from there, they'll typically, if we're in a webinar situation where we're spotlighting, they'll both have their video on. That way we can also, all on the far end, my tech director, my other people can see and verify both are good, they're there, they're working, but they'll just be muted, and they just unmute at that time. They will have video off in those transport meetings and all of those things, so that they're not distracting for the speakers there. And if we're in a meeting situation where people could be looking around, switching to a gallery, that sort of thing, then they'll have their video off as well.
Yeah, that's true. In a webinar, there are panelists that nobody sees when they're spotlights anyway. So, yeah.
Right. I did see a question from Peter, if he still has it.
Yeah, Peter was up. Did you get your question answered, Peter?
Well, I was just going to offer up to Tony that I use Memo Live all the time for lower thirds and other graphics and stuff like that. So it's certainly possible. I mean, I can go live like this, and there I am.
Very good.
So it's certainly possible. It's simplistic.
Yeah, I think it would be maybe possibly those unique features, will it consume an NDI output feed, right, out there on the network, those extended features, I think, of those vision mixers as they compare. I think it's fair to assume that all vision mixers are going to do like lower thirds and graphics and things like that. Just those additional features that maybe
I tend to use the vision mixer more for injecting video than anything else.
Yeah.
Right. As opposed to I hate to say this, I rarely share my video. I inject it.
Yeah, that's the approach for my team as well. I think most of the time, if you're talking to my team of production specialists, we're thinking that we're bringing it in as a camera. We're switching video and then sending it in. I will say every now and then we come across things that's definitely the wrong approach. It's particularly if we're dealing with optimization and bandwidth. Like when we're talking about when a company calls me and they say, hey, we need to have an event, we need to have really high quality video for this content share, but it's going to be Excel, or it's going to be like really tiny text and PowerPoints. It's not graphics, it's data. That's a really good use case where share is going to do a better job. Another one is just in general in bandwidth. I had one recently I talked to where they all of their users were going to be joining on mobile, and they were like, yeah, look, Zoom is going to do its optimization. It's going to do the best it can. And in my experience, it's going to outperform other options. But in particular, the optimization and the way it treats content share is incredibly more bandwidth conservative than it does video. You can get a higher quality screen shared image with a quarter of the bandwidth from a video feed that's not even going to look as good. So it depends on your content. But again, to echo what you said, the majority of the time, if my team, like, we're thinking production, we're thinking it's a camera feed, we're thinking like, especially if we're talking anything with motion, where motion and graphics is the high point, that's totally going to look great in the camera feed. Leland, what you got for me?
Yeah, I just wanted to touch back on your comments about the physical backup, which we do all the time. I've never really had a backup machine that's set up to just flip one switch to the other. Because like you said, if power or internet go down, you may as well forget that other backup machine. So in reference to what we just experienced last December with the Public Health Institute event, Doug was my backup and he was in Indianapolis. I'm here in Michigan. And luckily, well, let's just say not so luckily, his neighbor's house caught on fire the morning of our event and all his power went out. So he was our backup. And after that, I had no backup for at least, it was close to an hour. But the way we initiate our switchover is actually with a third TD. So Felipe would come in from the other side of the world, and he's running audio feeds all throughout the Zoom's components, which were a meeting, a webinar, not Zoom events, of course, but a meeting and a webinar. And then he was routing audio through Audio Hijack back into breakout rooms and such, because he had all kinds of other ISO units that he could log in with. He was the switchover guy. So if I failed and Doug was ready up, then he could hold my feed if he needed to, a still or whatever, if necessary, and then flip to Doug and Doug could take over. So in this case, we had a situation where there was actually no failover. And it was kind of tricky because if something would have went down at that point, Philippe didn't have a backup of the entire rundown on his systems. He had full control of the audio and where the video was going and coming from as far as the webinar went, but he had no control over what would happen if either one of us went out. So there are those redundancies that you have to consider. Even with 3 people, it can still be a nightmare if things go wrong. So you never
am I
know
understanding right that your feed is actually running through his rig, or is he remotely unmuting you?
He's just remotely TDing the webinar itself, because I was taking feed out of the M1 using Andy's Zoom ISO app into vMix, and then out to a secondary machine with a capture card. That was the other machine logged in for the presentation. So that was the full screen. And that was how everything was delivered. But if that unit went down, either one of my units went down, Philippe could just switch over to Doug. I wasn't in control of that internal switching. So at least we had that guy to do it, not the backup TD waiting for something to break, watching the system, because what if he's got to get up and go, You've got to have that third set of eyes, honestly. 2 people trying to do a redundant backup is it's there, but it's still not a complete backup. You've got to really have an interim in there somewhere.
Right. And I guess to point that out, on Work Transformation Summit in particular, we had our primary op, our backup op, our tech director, our stage manager, and then I was there just for funsies. So there's definitely multiple eyes there. Backup has always kind of amused me to some extent, and kind of figuring out like, how far do you go? Because like, especially like, let's go back to the ballroom. I'm in a hotel ballroom. I have all sorts of backups. I have, like the Blackmagic gear that has redundant power supply connections. Both those power supplies are always plugged in the same surge strip. That's always coming from the same breaker. So like, that's going to kill you. Like, I had a show taken down a while back because my 2-year-old found the button on my battery backup and turned my battery backup off. So like, I could have survived a power outage, but you can't survive that. Or, your network cables, you're running from 2 different ISPs, 2 different switches in the rack, running 2 different cables all the way up, and your 2 machines are each on different networks, but it's going through the same cable ramp, and a piece of truss falls and rips your cables because they're taking the same path. There's always one failure point. You try to find as many of those you can, and especially the weak ones. Anytime we're dealing like, look, let's be honest. Once we get down to, I got Windows with vMix running on it, I'm a lot more worried about that going down than I am my CL5 at front of house. And maybe I'm totally wrong to think that way, but that's how I feel. So as many of them as I can make redundant, as wide as I can make those redundancies, and as little as I can to get rid of that single bottleneck at any given point is always best.
The whole point, Sam, was we can talk redundancies all day long, but there's always a switch somewhere that's going to fail, and it'll fail everything miserably. So we have to kind of put that mindset in our own head along with our client or customer to let them know, look, we're in a virtual environment and the possibility of failure is basically imminent. We just don't know when or how. And we just have to be prepared for what might happen. We can never guarantee the customer in any way, shape, or form that they're going to get a perfect, outcome of this.
Yeah, we have one customer who no amount of redundancy is enough. their end result of backup plan involves, okay, what link are we sending out? What email are we sending out if this all goes away? And there's, multiple stages to that level of like, we have our primary rig, we have our backup rig, we have our completely unrelated stage manager who's ready to throw up a title slide as a screen share or something like that if the session is good but all of the content is down for some reason or other. And then we have, okay, here's the landing page that we have built ready to go and email out to everyone if we have to tell them, hey, we're not having this session right now. What's our backup there?
Yeah, sometimes it's a cost barrier, right? You're redundant until you hit the level of cost to make it happen that stops you. Sometimes it's, I call it the circle of control, right? Sometimes it's outside our circle of control, or there's attached cost to, bringing it into your circle and covering that as well. And it's always based, I used to sell backup for a number of amount of time, but, it's, the most popular buyer of backup systems are those who have experienced being in the ER, period. They've been there, done that. They've experienced the pain. It's really, really hard to sell backup up front to somebody who's never experienced it because they just haven't felt the pain. But one thing that doesn't change between either one of those customer types is the expectations. They all expect it. And they may not talk about it, but they all expect it. And they don't want to talk about it because they know there's costs attached, but their expectations are still there. Therefore, do you provide it, for your own image, if you will, as an organization and deliverable? But you have to have that discussion out loud. So that everybody understands how much is there.
Yeah, and to me, a lot of it is putting a backup in place is the best way to make sure that you're never going to need it. Because if I don't have the backup, everything's going to go down, and I'm gonna wish I had it. If I put the backup in, nothing will ever go wrong. So save yourself the problem. Have a plan. Have a backup, and it'll never happen.
I'm going to throw this out. I see Peter's there with a question. Peter, are you backup aligned on that question? Because mine is not. I'm gonna change topic a little bit.
So I was just going to say I live in the world where I design data centers for a living. And data centers for governments. And we talk about backup, but we really talk about redundancy and things like that. But I think where Leland was going was we often forget the human element. That's why you were talking about 3 people as opposed to 2 people, Leland, I think, was sometimes, the human gets in the way. Now, clearly in data centers, we get to the point where we can actually do, full automation, active recovery. I just haven't, I've been thinking about this. I just haven't figured out how to do that with a video stream, right? I do it with data streams all the time. We just had one the other day. Massive snowstorm took out a 1.2 million square foot data center because it took out it, and we had to switch over to something on the West Coast, right? And none of the users, they saw a blip on the web, but it was within 5 seconds it switched over, right? I just don't know how to do that with a video stream.
Yeah,
that's
live.
5
seconds would be the best we would ever be able to pull off a switch over. Yeah. But that's asking for a lot.
Yeah.
If we can do it in 30 seconds, we're happy in most cases, honestly.
Yeah.
So
I'll let you switch. I'll let you change topics now, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. My question was going to bring this on to, because it's the newest for everybody out there, is the Zoom Events platform, and I know early on it was actually, my question was really towards on Zoom, not Zoom Events because it didn't exist yet, but it was crew. The question was about crew. How can you bring crew in without the hassle? And this isn't really my question because I know what the answer is to this, but how do you best bring crew in? And in the Zoom Events platform, who do you bring them in as, so that their equipment can join the event and the webinar and that event that they're part of the production team with, and so forth? Can you break that down a little bit? Because I don't suspect the email goes out and says, "Hey, everybody, go buy a ticket for the event." Right? It's more of an invitation based and role based inside Zoom events, so that they do have a link that gets them right in there and connects their machine up, and they can contribute appropriately.
Yeah. So, I mean, the question is what level of access they need. Do you need them to come in and have co-host level access, or do you just need them to have panelist access? In either of these situations, you don't want them publicly listed, so they're not a speaker. So instead, it's going to be either co-host or sorry, alternative host or panelist level access. For my crew, all of my crew is getting alt host access. They're all going to have alt host for every session they touch. For every session, even the ones that they're not planning to touch. I'll just take the entire show crew for the entire conference, and I will put them as alt host on every single session when I create it, when I do that CSV upload.
And alt host is, for those who haven't seen it, right, it is a listed role inside of Zoom events that you can designate an individual as an alt host. Translated to when they arrive inside the webinar, they end up, when they join, as a co-host inside of webinar, as we know it, right?
Yeah, and so the behavior is for someone who's listed as an alt host, the behavior is that if the session has not started, they can start it. If they start it, they become the host. If the actual honest to God scheduled host joins, it reclaims host automatically. If not, anyone else who joins after the session has already started is given co-host access. From that, within the session, host and co-host have their own rules. You know, host can make other co-hosts, host can demote co-host, co-host can't do that to each other. But that's all relative to who started the session, unless the actual scheduling host joins, which in a Zoom event conference is a lot less likely than it was with a webinar. One thing to note is that you want to be careful about giving out too much alt host, because I've definitely seen it where, you know, someone who's supposed to be moderating Q&A or something like that, I gave them co-hosts. They weren't on my team, but I gave them alt hosts. They joined in first, which made them host. And now once they're the host, they can start my webinar way early. They can end the session later when they shouldn't, all sorts of things. So I try to reserve alt hosts in general for my team, my trained team that I trust.
Yep.
And them, I'm going to give them the access everywhere so that any of them can respond to anything throughout the entire event. But everyone else, you want to restrict access to give them access to what they need and not too much.
Yep, understandable. Yeah, I had a customer that we probably had 6 to 8 speakers, and they wanted to be able to, I can't remember what it was that they wanted to be able to see, but they said they came right out and asked, well, can you make us co-host? And I said, no, I just don't want practice making you a co-host. There's just too much risk involved. I said, we carry the liability for the success of the program and the delivery, and giving you co-host, and it seldom ever something intentional that is from a guest co-host, if you will, but accidental happens far too often. Somebody clicks a button just simply out of curiosity. Oh, hey, I've never seen that before. Maybe because you've never been a co-host, and so you try it out, not realizing you're affecting the whole production. And so they were good with that, and we made things happen and work around. But yeah, totally. Yeah, it's just because it makes it work for them doesn't mean you're not giving them too much, you know. And I certainly would have words of caution. Any other questions?
So we got one from Tony.
Hey guys, I wanted to ask another question. I'm actually working with a small community congregation that's about 100 miles away from my actual physical location. And we've been doing Zoom services now for since the beginning of the pandemic. They have made the decision that they want to stream to YouTube. And one of the problems that I'm having is that they are wanting to use their Zoom meeting which is 360, and I've asked them to make the request to go to 720. One of the issues has been that they will make me the host of the meeting, but I am not the account owner. And when I click on more to try to stream from Zoom to the brand YouTube account that I established for them.
Yeah, it'll let you do it there, but then it'll say you don't have permission in the browser, right?
Right.
Yeah. So I was actually talking to Denise about this the other day from Zoom Event Pros. So the logic on that, this changed a year ago, maybe. But the logic on that is that you don't have to be the scheduling host, but you have to log in with a Zoom account in the browser that that is on the same. You have to sign in with a Zoom user in the browser that is on the same account that the webinar is scheduled in. So they have, or the meeting. So they have a Zoom meeting that is scheduled by XYZ at congregation.com. That's the Zoom user. Inside of that Zoom account, it's a single account. It's just a pro license. I'm just making guesses here. They could create another user that's a basic user there, an unlicensed, non-costed user. But if they have another user in their account and they give you the login info for that, or even better, if they can just give you the login info for this pro account and let you log into the browser there. But if they can't, have them create a user there for you. That way you can come in, and it doesn't even have to be, if I remember right, it doesn't even have to be your Zoom app login. You would just need to, in your browser, log in as that user. And then when you click more, go to it, then it'll let you do it. So you're logged into YouTube as the correct credentials. You're logged into Zoom on the browser as the correct credentials. The thing to look out for is you're now logging into your main browser with that. So every time you click a Zoom link, it's going to try to bring you in as that. So normally I tell everyone to do everything incognito. If you're logging in as like someone else for Zoom, this is the exception that you can't, because you need to be able to click this link, have it open in your default browser, and take you over there correctly. But that's ultimately what you need to do. You have to be logged in as someone on their account. Doesn't have to be the host that scheduled the meeting, but it has to be on that Zoom account.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add for Tony, the other approach you could look at doing would be to, on the YouTube side, set everything up with a persistent key, pass that over to the Zoom admin, the owner of the Zoom account, and have them configure custom live streaming in Zoom using that key. The key will be persistent, so it's always going to be the same. Then you just go in, schedule the event week by week, and Bob's your uncle, as they say.
But
that's how I've been doing it for a while.
And have you done that recently, David?
Well, when you say recently,
6 months?
No, not in the past 6.
I think
I don't think it works anymore.
Right. I think it wouldn't work because when you go to start it, yes, the stream key is already configured. So it's already configured. It's not going to ask you for the YouTube credentials, but when you click it, it's going to go over. And if it sees that you're not logged into the same account that scheduled that Zoom meeting, it's not going to let it open the door.
Well, actually, it has an odd behavior we discovered just this last weekend, which is it seems to want to stream. We just don't know if it's going anywhere or not. It actually turns on YouTube Live in the upper left-hand corner, live streaming, but we don't know where it's going because I was the one who scheduled the YouTube stream. My host was going to stream from his ID, and it behaved exactly how you just described, except it said it was trying to stream. It didn't fail. It implied it was streaming.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it should open up a browser window. Basically, when you click the thing, it tries to open a browser window to initiate the stream. That browser window should change into an error that says you don't have permission. If that's not happening, this sounds like a support ticket. And then they can look and see.
I would agree with you. I also find it a little frustrating because I liked it better the other way. I could do exactly what David was doing, which was set up a persistent ticket.
Yeah. With increased, usage and presence of Zoom has come increased scrutiny to data and privacy, and no one ever likes regulations,
Yeah.
but we got
Well, on the persistent keys, I can only assume that it's much like vMix call inputs that we never refresh the keys on. Is 6 months down the road, I could be having guest callers come in on that same vMix call, but somebody from 6 months ago that had that same link, and I've never refreshed my
Absolutely.
keys, they could get in a heartbeat. And the same thing with streams, that they
Yeah.
could anybody who's had that in the past could start streaming to your channel unbeknownst to yourself. Because
Yeah, I would agree with you, Jeff. I mean, the example I was using, I actually wasn't using a persistent key this last weekend. I actually was talking on the phone, how novel concept, with my colleague, and I set up the thing, sent him an email with, here's the new key, brand new key, set up that morning, and he couldn't make it work.
Yeah, well, I'll say this as well. I've had Rupert and Guy over the last 2 months stand in for me, once each in the Zoom Test Kitchen, and I've added them as, I think, a manager, possibly higher than that, in my YouTube
It's like
channel.
publisher or something.
Yeah, that's what you have to do.
Neither one of them, well, both of them successfully streamed, but neither one of them successfully streamed to my YouTube channel for Zoom Test Kitchen.
Well, and so
they ended up on their own YouTube channel. And,
but there are two pieces here. One is the YouTube side, having the correct credentials / the correct place for it to land with the stream key, the correct permissions and authentication. But the other piece, and I think the one that we're running into with Tony specifically, is the Zoom side, and that's Zoom's permission saying you are allowed to start the stream, you're allowed to take this data out to YouTube, regardless of where it lands. And yeah, for this, we're talking about the issue at hand. There is, if you are signed in with a Zoom account that is not a Zoom user that is not inside the same Zoom account that this meeting or webinar was scheduled under, it will not let you take that data and stream it out.
Okay, so the Zoom tenant from Black,
Yes.
When you say account, okay, got it.
Overarching tenant domain account, not user. And that's where, again, it doesn't have to be a licensed user. It can be a free user. It doesn't have to be the host. It just has to exist within that master account.
Does that hold true if I had it pre-configured, because I can pre-configure streaming in my Zoom meeting or webinar, and then allow the co-host to actually start that, because they don't need to access the web page to configure anything. It's already been pre-configured. That would work, though, wouldn't it?
I still don't think it does. I still think it's doing a check and saying, hey, basically, it doesn't trust that you being the host in the meeting is permission enough to say I am allowed to do this. It goes and it says, I don't trust you. Who are you? And if you're not someone who's friendly to the host inside that account, then it won't let you do it.
Yeah, very good. Let's move to RJ, who's been sitting up there patiently with a question.
Hey guys, just had a question regarding capture cards. I know that a lot of us use the Blackmagic Ultra Studio recorders, and I think those are still not working. So I just want to get an idea of what everybody's preference is, other than a live production switcher for capture card.
Yeah, and so the background here on this is RJ was our Zoom Up on work transformation, and we started off with Ultra Studios, and then ended up going over to the Aja boxes. Aja UTAPs is ultimately, I think, where we landed on that, right, RJ?
Yeah, the UTAPs is what we ended up using. The only thing that I'm just not clear of is what frame rate it's actually giving you. I don't get to choose myself, so that kind of makes me nervous sometimes.
Yeah, because you have the UTAP is potentially doing some cross converting stuff. So on the Ultra Studio, I've brought that back up to engineering to say, hey, this is having an issue now. Let's test it and get it going again. From an unofficial standpoint, this has been a little bit of a repeated pattern with the Ultra Studios in particular. If there is one, like I've actually sat backstage with RJ and done A/B testing of like UTAP versus Magewell and Ultra Studio, and the Ultra Studio does in an A/B test. It's got a little bit better motion. It's got a little bit better color. It just does there's a little less banding and stuff. Looks a little better. But at the end of the day, the Ultra Studio has kind of become a bit of a pain with limitations on ports. Has been one thing that's always bit us a little bit, and then in particular, if there is ever a device that stops working, it's always with Zoom. It's always the Ultra Studio. And more particularly, it seems to always be things that use the desktop video app is what I kind of break it down to. It's that desktop video app and the way its virtual camera works to Zoom. That's where the break happens. Versus the Magewells and the UTAPs seem to always work. And then I also hear really good things. I have a web presenter on its way now to test that, based on Alex's recommendation that like he swears by them. So
yeah, no, we use web presenters quite often when we're RTMP to a location when we're not using Zoom. But yeah, we love those web presenters. Webcam out is a great option. But on the ATEMs, I noticed that whatever flavor you're running, it will let you choose that for your Zoom camera, and that's the only flavor you could choose, which is cool. So I know I'm getting 1080p 2997 or 30, and it makes me, as a tech, I know what I'm sending and I can answer all your questions from the other side. But the USB webcam input, I don't know what it's sending you guys, and I don't know, like, does Zoom decide what it's going to grab, or is there a standard on the UVC?
Yeah, so there's some negotiation happening there. Now, what I would say is you could go into the statistics page inside video settings, and you can see what Zoom is sending, what is actually going up to the cloud there. That doesn't necessarily tell you what did I grab off the capture card, other than to say that Zoom's not going to send 1080 if it only grabs 720. It's not going to send, it's always going to want progressive. It's going to avoid the 1080i stuff. And it's not going to send 30 frames if it was only given 10. So, or 24, I guess is a more realistic possibility. So you do have that for, like, that's ultimately when we're talking production to Zoom, that's kind of what I think I would end up doing, is looking at statistics to make sure I'm seeing my hopefully 1080/30 there that I want, that it's actually sending that. And then at that point, I've got 1080/30 in the numbers. I have visual reference that it's not massively doing something wild with colors or something like that. And then at that point, I would kind of sit back and
Okay. I would say one of the things I've discovered is early on I got one of the Blackmagic Decklink cards, the quad HDMI input card. And I don't know when they finally fixed it, but they finally fixed it. It used to be in Zoom, if you tried to select your video, you would get about 50 options for each port on that card. You've now cut it down to you get one selection per port on that card. And I find that obviously a whole lot more usable, because there was also a scroll bug in the video client where you couldn't scroll that list. But I like the quad link card because it allows me to capture a bunch of stuff that it's just easier to leave set up that way in my home office.
Yeah, definitely. I can see how that would be definitely working for you. I got an event coming up where we're having 40 breakout rooms. We're going to have 2 Zoom computers in each room with cameras going into each. So the answer on these questions for capture cards is a lot of money for us right now. So we're just trying to pick the right thing. I think we're going to end up going with just a A10 Mini Pro ISO for switching out to Zoom, and then an extreme ISO for the actual live event.
So let's talk that for a second, because so Ed just brought up the ATA Mini. Ed, do you have an ATA Mini hooked up right now?
I don't, not right now, okay. Unfortunately.
The reason I ask about that, I would encourage, RJ, I would definitely encourage you to test it. My experience, so my team was using the ATA Mini Extremes. We started with the ATA Mini Pros, or I had a Mini, then we bought all my team Pros, and then we bought all my team Extremes. And so they have just those are now sitting on their desks, unused, or some of them are using them as KVM switches. But I liked the switchers. I did. They worked well for us. The USB out was most of the problems we had with them. And we did have lots of odd things with them. They were hard to replicate sometimes, but the USB out would like fall out of sync after an hour or two and kind of unpredictably. And like, what do I switch? When I started looking up, trying to find, hey, are the people having this problem? I find lots of other people with it without a lot of solid answers. Some would say a firmware update would fix it. Some said go to 30 instead of 60 because it's like some form of buffer overflow essentially, but never did find anything super replicable. The other piece is, and this actually platform mattered some, Mac versus PC, but in my experience, it crushes the black level really bad. And I can't tell you how crazy I went getting like gaslit by some people talking about it and then being like, well, like I remember sitting there with a video engineer on a show where like they were using the ATEM as the capture. I was like, okay, cool. The color is like really crushed blacks. Can we do anything in the switcher because they had it hooked up to a big switcher, a big boy. I was like, can we do anything there to try to color correct it first? Like, well, what do you want to change? What do you want to do? It's like, I just want it better. Like it looks like crap. I just want it fixed. Not always an issue, but sometimes an issue, sometimes not. Good questions happening in chat here about like heat and stuff like that. We tried like ventilation docks and some of them get really hot, some don't. Ultimately, at the tail end of us using ATEMs, I ended up strapping mage wells on the back of them. And we ended up using what ended up being a great switcher. But ultimately, the ATEM Mini costs as much as a Magewell, which is a cheap capture card. So test it. My experience with them is I love them for utility, man. Those things are awesome little consoles, but the USB is the one part I really don't like.
All right, I'll take that into consideration. Thank you.
I'll just say the only thing that I found that benefited with the ATEM Mini and the USB was getting a better quality USB cable. I found that, if you just grab the cheap things off Amazon, you're not always getting a real good USB-C to USB 3.0A if that's how you're going into your machine, or if you're going USB-C to USB-C if you have a different machine, that's a even better way to go. But again, make sure you look at a high quality one. That sync issue, I did have that for a little bit, and a firmware update had fixed that. So, but the biggest change I saw and biggest improvement was when I improved the USB cable coming out of the ATEM Mini into the computer. That's when I saw the best results as far as an improvement went over performance. So, but then I also listed the CamLink. I think CamLink is a pretty affordable and decent capture card for what it is, especially in Zoom uses. I've used it in a number of productions where we just needed one more capture card, and that's what I carry in my tech kit, and performs great. I don't love how its form factor is for plugging into your machine because it's kind of big and bulky, and it's still HDMI, so it needs a little bit of securing. But once you get past those sorts of things, it looked pretty decent. It worked fairly well.
Yeah, that's a really good call out on the cable. We did not fully test that. So that's like totally could be compounding our issue, especially the sync one where it feels like a buffer overflow or something like that. Totally makes sense that exactly. A cable could affect that. The color, less so, but the cable, that's a really good call out. And on the CamLink, one thing I'll point out is if you look up some of the latency tests, CamLink is some of the lowest latency because it's designed for gamers. So if you look at I remember seeing someone who had tested the milliseconds latency on each of them, and it was like a third of the Magewell.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. I just bought one of those on Amazon. I've been testing. I do see a little bit of difference in color, but if it's reliable, then that's much cheaper than a $400 Aja box.
Yeah. Well, to give you an idea, I've taken it literally out in the woods to a Boy Scout camp and used it live. And if it can put up with the woods, it can put up with a conference room.
Cool. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, just to throw in a couple of cents on the cards. I'm using an old YOLO over here for all the productions I've been doing. AverMedia is another one that's got a really good card for the gaming end of things. So you'll always find good quality on the AverMedia cards. And I just wanted to touch on one thing with Sam real quick, if I could, because we're talking about bit rates and sound quality and frame rates. I still get video recordings from Zoom that say they're 25 frames, 2000 kilobits per second on data rate and total bit rate, with a 32 kilohertz mono bit rate on the audio. So as broadcasters who are pushing 48K at 5 kilobits at 1080p, or whichever resolution we're using at 30 frames, what is that doing to the transcoding that's taking place at Zoom when we're sending signals like that to you guys? Is it affecting the quality? Is it making it more detrimental? Should we find a way to get everybody on 25 frames or everybody on 30 frames or 48K versus 32K? These are the things that I've seen for years that really haven't been addressed. And just curious if that's stuff you guys are talking about.
I don't have a terribly great answer for you. Other than to say, if you're talking about like the cloud recordings where you're getting, or I think even the locals might do 25 frames only.
Same, I think, on all of them.
Note that that's not a raw data dump. So I would focus more on the statistics page inside settings to see what you're actually getting sound and video wise, because you can definitely get 48K stereo audio at 30 frames at 1080. It doesn't tell you the bit depth there or the bit rate, but it does tell you.
It's like 126K on the files that we get. If we get downloads from the Zoom cloud, like what we did for the event, that's what I received in quality. So I had to transcode that stuff if I wanted to upgrade it to any higher resolutions. That was something I would have to deal with. And especially if I did edits to the video, which we did in some cases, because we had to adjust for bad lower thirds or whatever that went through during the production, we would go back and fix and post. So it does get a little tricky when you throw these kind of files into a video editor and start working with, sync issues again, especially if you've got separate audio tracks and video tracks. So
right. It's a lot to deal with. I think if we're talking in a production sense, I'm going to suggest you go ahead and record your output of your switcher.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. But if it's stuff that only exists in the cloud.
Yeah, my big question, Sam, was with whether or not Zoom has considered going to a full 30 frame recording at 48, kilohertz. Those are
about a year ago, Zoom announced and standardized at 25 frames per second.
Yeah, that was kind of a shock.
I'm looking at the article right now. It was like last January or something. I'm trying to find the exact date, but
yes,
it was announced that they standardized at 25p. But Ed and I tested it a lot, even to this day. I mean, you can bring up your video stats, and it's not a live stream standardization. It doesn't appear to be, but it does absolutely seem to be standardized on the recordings at 25p. So
that's a PAL standard. That's what I would expect. They have more customers, in that standard around the world. So that would be the one they're going to stick with. Yeah. I expect that. It was more the sound quality, I think, for me.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Sam.
Yeah, I don't have a great answer. I'll follow up on the sound quality with engineering to see, in particular, because 32 kilohertz in particular is really odd to me for the records to be done in, because if you don't have original sound on it, it's 24, and then if you do, it's 48. So, or up to 48. So, like, why 32? But I'll follow up on that.
Well, Sam, I thought I've seen, if you're doing mono but high fidelity, that used to be an option, that I would see 32 often in that case. So if you had high fidelity music mode enabled but didn't select stereo audio, it was doubling the 16 that would be normally for mono and no high fidelity music mode. So I used to see 32 a lot. I haven't seen it much recently, and I haven't noticed recordings with it, but that was a condition that I did used to see pretty frequently.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ed. Yeah, because we just got them last month, and I haven't got any recordings since then that I've used to check the qualities on them. So I'll go double check.
Yeah, but check if you're using, if you're doing it in mono, or if you're selecting stereo also.
RJ?
Just a simple question. What's the future for Zoom ISO and all those integration to Zoom? Is it still separate? Do I need to go to Liminal to purchase this right now?
Right now, yes. The future, we don't really have a statement on. They are owned by Zoom. They are acquired by Zoom. The future is bright, bringing Andy and Jonathan over to work on Zoom products and services with us. But for right now, if you want Zoom ISO, you go to liminalet.com to get it.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Talon, I don't see you, but I do see your hand up.
Hey, sorry. Got kids in the background and everything. So I was curious if, Sam, if you knew if the downgrading of the 1080p stream to 720 when an iPad or an iPhone comes in, is that still a thing?
It's not an iPhone or an iPad. It would actually specifically shouldn't have one with those
Or something.
With the lower it's going to be a really old computer or a low CPU computer. Yes. So Zoom is doing, I call it like the Russian nesting dolls of resolutions, and ultimately it's doing a 180, a 360, and then an HD. It can either do a 720 or a 1080, but it can only do one HD and then these two smaller reses. And so it does end up making the decision if you're in a meeting and someone joins that can't handle 1080, it will step everything to 720 so that everyone can get 720 instead of that person being kicked all the way to 360. This is in that probably the best scenario, because I said at the beginning, 720 versus 360, massive difference. 720 versus 1080 on Zoom, not a huge difference. So that's why my team, yes, they're looking for 1080, but they're happy to see 720. If they don't see 720, something's wrong. We got to fix it. But if they're getting 720, we're generally happy. And then we're looking at like, how does the quality overall look? I've seen when you do look in places like the dashboard where you can see the bit rate, I've seen it where like the video stream will have the same bit rate at 720 and 1080, which means it's using this much data. At 720, it can honestly look better because it's the way it's doing that compression isn't having to spread that data out into more pixels. But in webinar, there is a way to force the 1080. When you do that, if you have a 1080 account, you can force to 1080. When you do that, it means that you're making that decision for that attendee. And then if they can't get the 1080, they're going to get 360.
Right. Yeah, I've had a couple instances of that, complaining that it was fuzzy, and it's like, oh yeah, you're on. Right. Yeah, sorry, we're pushing 1080. So.
Right.
So just to be clear, Sam, it's only the person that has the incapable or incompatible unit that's receiving it's not going to affect everyone else in the webinar.
If you're in webinar where you've locked it, then only that person would get downgraded. Basically, they can't, their machine won't process the 1080 correctly, so it gets 360 like it can. In meetings, you're not able to lock it. So if someone comes in where that would be the case, instead, it will kick everyone and start doing the whole meeting at 720 to prevent that.
And that same that same behavior exists in webinar if you don't lock it, right?
Correct. So yeah, by default, that's going to happen in webinar as well.
Yep. Tony?
So I'm back again with another question. I'm using a MacBook Pro 2012 to try to do another resource for the House of Worship, and it is just so slow. And I was just wondering, I have an iPad M1, and I tried to use that the same way that I was using the MacBook Pro, and it just does not work that way. So I was just wondering, is there any chance that the M1s might have a little bit more control of running maybe a Zoom meeting with an iPad versus having to use, in my case, an older computer to try to get the same thing done?
I don't know if I'm totally following the use case or the definition here.
So I'm trying to, in my case, for redundancy's sake, I'm trying to do 2 different recordings on 2 different machines of the services. And one is intended to have the complete service on it. The other one is intended to have just a certain portion that would go to the YouTube. So in other words, at some point during the service, there would be a portion that would be streamed to YouTube. And for now, we are parking that on the YouTube channel as private or unlisted, because we want to actually go live in March. But for now, and in February, we want to test this to make sure that what is going on YouTube is appropriate. And we don't want to interfere with the way in which services have been going, because sometimes there is content that is copyrighted. So that's the reason for the two different recordings, so that the shorter version will not have any copyrighted issues with it. But we need to be able to do that way if we want to do it live. And I understand that we could just have one recording, edit it, and then upload it to YouTube, but we were trying to do a portion, basically song of praise and the sermon, and then a prayer after the sermon would go to YouTube Live.
So the question is, which machine to use?
I was just wondering, because and I know it's my problem, but the 2012 MacBook Pro is not doing the job for me. It's just so slow. While the M1 iPad does work, but it does not give me it defaults to doing a recording on the iPad. It defaults to converting it to a cloud recording and not a local recording.
Yeah, so the Zoom mobile app can't local record. So you would be doing a cloud recording from the iPad. Which if you need two local recordings, iPad's out. You need two computers. 2012 MacBook Pro, I would be tempted to wipe it first and see if it does better, because honestly, I think the specs are there. It's just like, if you can get it to start fresh.
I did wipe it, and it just barely has. We did a recording. I did 2 full recordings. We had service last night. I did 2 full recordings.
Yeah.
My primary machine is Mac Mini. After service was over, 15 minutes, the recording rendered. The MacBook Pro took almost an hour and a half to render.
Yeah. So, and that's where we got a suggestion in chat for using something like Restream, so that you could basically start the YouTube stream and then easily kick it on and off. So that the stream is going and then you're kicking it on and off. If that solves it. If it's just about local recording, though, at the end of the day, local recording is gonna need to be a desktop install of Zoom. Mobile won't cut it. You could look at seeing if you can do both. If cloud and local will solve your needs, cloud, you have less control of the processing. It's probably going to take longer to process. So if you need both to process as fast as possible at the end, then you probably want to be local. If you do a cloud and a local, one of the things that I suggest is making sure that your person doing local is not a co-host. You want them to not be a co-host, because if I start the cloud recording, all my hosts and co-hosts are controlling that cloud recording now. So my co-host lost the ability to control a local recording, either start it or stop it. So I have to make sure that they are just a participant or a panelist who has been given recording access, not a co-host.
Okay, that's a major thing that I've been doing wrong, because I have asked for co-hosting abilities so that I could do the recording locally. But you're saying that I shouldn't ask for that. I should ask for
recording ability. Yeah. And that's because, well, that's if you're doing the cloud recording too. If you're only local recording, it's not a problem. But the problem is, if I have my 2 computers and I start the cloud recording on computer A, computer B can no longer start a local record if they're a co-host. because as soon as I started on I started the cloud recording. All hosts and co-hosts now see that recording control, and that's all they can do is control that.
Sam, I'm gonna push back just a little bit on this because I do this all the time, and I almost always recommend making the local record a co-host for the simple reason that when you start spotlighting, the co-host can maintain a certain view on if you're using a dual display mode. But all you have to do is make your co-host start the local recording before the host starts the cloud recording, and then don't have them stop the recording until the entire event, or at least the host stops the cloud recording. So if you start as a co-host your local record, you can start that. The host can start their cloud record. Just as you were saying, the co-host, if they were to stop their record, it would stop the entire record, both local and cloud. But if the host stops the cloud record, the local record will continue on the co-host machine. So I usually follow that specific order of events of co-host starts local record, host starts cloud record, and then at the end, host ends cloud record, co-host ends local record, and then you've got both of those recordings, and the co-host's view of what they have pinned, for example, isn't as affected by what the host does with spotlighting.
Yeah, so that's actually a really good call out.
Question to that and says, say you follow that recommendation of execution order from Ed, and that local record pauses and then restarts the local record. Does that then become an issue or not?
So while the cloud recording is happening, all hosts and co-hosts only see the cloud recording controls. It doesn't matter now. And to Ed's point, the local recording, if it's already running, stays running behind it, but you can't do anything about it. So if Tony needs to be able to start and stop the record in the middle of the show while the cloud recording is recording the whole, it won't work. But actually, that's a really good call out from Ed on the view changes and stuff like that, since that's what you're recording there if you've got spotlighting going on. One fix for that might be to promote and demote co-host as you need to. So like, great, make them a co-host. You're a co-host the whole time. Okay, I need to start my local recording. Demote, start local recording, re-promote. Because while you're not a co-host, you would get access to your local recording controls again. And while you're a co-host, you would lose it. But you could start stacking these and kind of plan on it in the order you need to make whatever you need happen. But that is a really good call out that I totally didn't think about with the views changing.
Yeah, no, but that is a great point of demoting, allow them to change the status of their record and re-promoting. That's
and it's not too much work if you're the host. If someone else is the host, it's bad. But if Tony, if your operator is the host on the two computers, then they can promote and demote the second computer to do what you need to there.
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm not the host.
You're not it. Yeah.
I'm not. And so each service that we have, I'm actually made co-host. And so I've been doing the local recording, which I haven't had any issues with.
Well, but you're the tech, right? You're the tech in question, right? Ultimately, like they're hosting it, but you're the man of the hour. They should make you the host. Whoever is the most technical person on the call should be made the host, and then you can give co-host back to them, so that they still have power. But they should they're putting the trust in you. They should put the power in you.
One more thing to consider is if you have someone who is doing a local recording, when that person leaves the meeting, it doesn't disrupt anything else for anybody else, but your recording automatically stops when you leave the meeting. So if you have an extra computer that you're going to be doing this on, you can simply leave the meeting and that will remove it.
That's a terrifying but great trick. Like, it's so scary to me to not stop the recording before I leave, but yeah, that's awesome. And that's a great way to do it. That's when we do there's a show we do every year that there's a lot of press, and that's what the press is actually doing is they send two people in and they leapfrog each other. So one will come in and local record, and then they'll leave so that the local recording will start processing while the next person hops in and starts recording. So they get the whole thing, but they have these little chunks that process really fast so that they can be promoting press during the live event.
Yeah. Scott adds in the chat about pop-ups as well. if you're co-host versus not, and that's a really strong statement. One of the ways I finally got to a point, because I have another machine you'll see in the participants list called Streamer, who joins this meeting solely for a full screen version of this meeting that I capture into vMix over NDI and then stream it out. The cleanest, I'm at the cleanest version I've been able to achieve, which is, I don't know why original sound is showing off. Normally it's just the record icon, but no more pop-ups and so forth. Is that it's not a co-host. It's made full screen. All the other windows pop out and get dragged up to another monitor. But if I made it a co-host, I found it pretty impossible to. There's not enough checkboxes and settings to actually stop all of those.
But there's an important distinction there, though. You're screen scraping.
I am screen scraping.
That's not local recording. Local recording in Zoom is never going to give you pop-ups. You're screen scraping, which totally you have to go that route. But like to Scott's, or countering Scott's point, is that you can be a co-host and local record, and if someone enters the waiting room, that's not going to show up on your recording. But totally, if you're screen scraping, you can't be a co-host. You gotta go down. Yeah.
The for co-hosts, I mean, what I find is the one that kills me is just the waiting room mostly. Otherwise, most other pop-ups, when you pop out your chat window, or if you're in a webinar Q&A window, I usually just drag them down so they're off screen. Also, when I screen scrape, I mean, I'm not sure that, I think you're just capturing the whole thing, Jeff, the whole screen. I'll push in to get rid of some of that screen debris, meaning the original sound icon at the top and the bottom bar of menu items. So what I'll do is I'll pop out my chat window and participant window, and I will physically drag them so that the top of their bars are in the menu bar of Zoom where you have your microphone icon and all those things, and then capture a smaller, just the canvas that I want to see that has the participant on it. The other trick that I do when I do this is I put my main Zoom window, meaning the one that can switch between gallery and speaker, onto a 1920 by 1200 display, so that screen debris ends up outside of a 16:9 1920 by 1080 raster. So I'm able to then crop out the screen debris because it is above and below the visible area that I actually want to capture. So that's just a couple tricks. And then you still can have that machine as a co-host. Because I believe actually even the waiting room notifications end up in that upper area that's not visible. So
yeah,
that's one trick.
More post-production, but definitely if you can do it, you can get your quality up. Yeah.
Right.
Awesome. Bill had a question.
I did. Thanks, Sam. Good to see you. And I want to go back 2 questions. And we were talking about the iPads and iPhones weren't the reason we were dropping from 1080 to 720. It's really because they're underpowered. Want to confirm that that's what you...
Not quite what I said. The difference there is that the Zoom mobile app will not pull HD, period. The Zoom mobile app is 360. Send and receive. So because that's 360, it's not going to affect our underpowered pull everyone down to 720 thing, because it's already happy with 360. It's not affecting us. It's the ones that can do 720 but can't do 1080 that are underpowered, and it's going to be old PCs, or PC and Mac, but old, that 2012 MacBook Pro. That's the culprit. That's the one.
Okay. So to take the next step, I was looking at the Zoom website of what you guys are recommending as far as hardware for full HD, and you're recommending an i7 with 4 cores. Will one of these i5s with 6 cores, I'm thinking like a Nuke, will that get me full HD?
So this is a totally unofficial answer, but yeah, a late gen i5 is more powerful than a couple generations back i7, like in a heartbeat.
Okay,
And
fair
we were
enough.
finding that, yeah. The system recs are they tend to be just a bit behind and conservative. So
No, that's
they're
fine.
yeah,
I'm
they're
just looking
safe.
at
Testing,
hardware, and
yeah,
I just want to make sure I'm not throwing money away if I pick the
totally.
wrong thing. Then my final question is around the Mac M1 Mini. Can it run a Zoom room with
Yes.
3 outputs, with 3
Yes.
displays?
No, sorry, no.
Well,
Well,
there's a box out there because I have one.
Is this gonna be a DisplayPort adapter?
Yeah, it's a display link adapter, and it works just fine because I use it with Zoom OSC.
Okay. Yeah. So ultimately the answer is I think the M1 it's not certified for it, but I think the M1 has enough power to do it. CPU is what Zoom uses. The Apple Silicon is really powerful, and we're now working on it kind of mostly natively, at least. I'm not sure exactly where they are in engineering, but because of that, the CPU usage is really what would limit it, combined with the OS accepting and liking its 3 monitors. I will suggest whenever you're doing Zoom rooms that you set all the monitors to be 1080, because if you do them as 4K, you're just wasting your CPU. Zoom's not sending you 4K. You're just up-resing it. Just set them at 1080, let it do its thing, let the TV do the upscaling, or your monitor do the upscaling at the actual display panel, because honestly, it's probably better at it, and it's got hardware going on. It's going to look nice. So set your stuff for 1080. That way you're not wasting your CPU. The M1 has enough CPU to do it. So yes, if you use a display link adapter or something, because the problem is the M1 off the bat only wants to see 2 monitors. So you have to trick it. And it is tricking it. At the end of the day, like that display link is kind of a virtual display, virtual graphics card. It's using up more system resources to do it. It's not doing it on the GPU like it wants to. But sounds like we have someone doing it really well and it having success. I would definitely try it. I think it would work well, but I can't guarantee it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mer?
Hey, hi. I'm actually having a question about Zoom rooms and NDI. I'm planning next week to start testing the workflow with what I call primary and secondary NDI, similar like a Dante workflow, where basically I plan to put 4, maybe 6 Zoom room clients in the same call. And I will basically extract several people and send to the 2 different network paths. I have a 2 Cisco 9020 switch, okay, 2 routes. If I understand well, you are saying that I'll probably not have a same sync by extracting from the 2 Zoom room clients on the same location.
So,
if you understand what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you are in the one situation where I think you're okay. And that's because you're using Zoom rooms, not Zoom ISO. So Zoom ISO today, now that Andy just rejoined to hear me say this, Zoom ISO today has isolated video, but they don't have isolated audio because of the SDK and reasons.
Correct.
Zoom Rooms has isolated audio. That's it's big. Oh, come on, so I can decline it. Big, its big thing that it benefits from on Zoom Rooms is that its NDI outputs are clean, but it doesn't have remote control while pinning like ISO has, so you can't move as fast in a show, but it has isolated audio. So for you take 2 Zoom rooms, you run them down different network paths. They're both pulling the same 3 people, but they have isolated audio. So as long as you, in your later switching, you make it sure so that audio is following video, and that if I'm using Sam from room A, I'm using audio of Sam from room A. And if I use Sam's video from room B, I use audio from Sam room B. As long as you do that, you'll stay in sync. If you put Sam room A and Sam room B up on the same time on the same screen, there's no guarantee they'll be in sync. They'll drift. I say drift. It's not drift over time. It's like slip.
Actually, what I'm planning maybe to do is to run parallel Zooms, because what I'm running at European Broadcast Union, EBU here in Geneva, and all broadcasters, they're very sensitive to audio video sync. Okay. And whenever there is a lip sync, I'm in trouble. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's actually second question that's linked to this. Do you actually plan to provide audio delay in a Zoom? That means this can be a buffer before actually you go in the audio pipe. Because like a TriCaster can provide, or vMix as well, video and audio delay, am I right, on input? And with TriCaster, it's amazing because while I'm playing, I can actually start to delay audio. And I can sync audio in real time. Because what I can see sometimes that Zoom will lose the sync for whatever reason. Because we're running everything Dante, and I have like a Ventis mixer that is running, mixing, then sending back. And then through the AJ, we're bringing back Dante to SDI and bringing back to Zoom. I mean, it's quite complex production, but my biggest issue is what I'm trying to figure out with the Zoom rooms, how to fix the audio delay.
Yeah. So in my experience, if Zoom assumes that audio and video is hitting it at roughly the same time and staying in sync, there is no audio delay available in Zoom today. I would love it if there was, but that's not there. So you need to find a way to line it up into Zoom. From there, as long as you always use that audio and video becomes a participant in Zoom. That audio and video should always be in sync no matter where you toss it. That's my expectation. Go ahead, Ed.
I think part of what the issue that you're seeing is that you are mixing NDI and Dante audio, so you're creating completely two different paths that were linked together, where if you stuck in just NDI and actually took the NDI video and audio together into your Vision Mixer, you'd find your sync doesn't drift nearly
actually,
as much.
I'm in the contact with NewTek for almost like a year and a half. We're talking about this. And I even talked with the TriCaster product manager about this. The problem is that NDI will introduce latency. There is nothing that you can do with this. Yeah. You know, that means every mixer will introduce a latency. We are now syncing everything through the house sync in order to basically reduce the number of the frames in late that will lose. But from what I see, NDI will introduce at least 2 frame latency. 2 frames, it's not visible, but if we add another source, another device in the chain, it moves to like a 2, 4. And that's already visible. That's stressful. That means the only workflow that we found so far, it's running parallel Zooms. That means you use a Zoom, basically separate Zoom, to just what I call ingest as a camera into Vision Mixer, and then you cascade back to Webinar.
Okay,
and
so now I get what you're saying.
And then we can sync the audio mixer, the video and audio. That's okay. Like,
yeah, I think I misunderstood what you were trying to get at. Yeah, so you're trying to capture from within the same meeting that the audience is in, and that will never work.
You can't do it.
Yeah, that doesn't work. Sorry,
no,
I misunderstood what you were trying to get to.
No, it works, but how can I say? If I'm lucky, I get 2 frames latency so
Right, that's
and
best
most
case.
of us on this call have at least 2 frames latency. Like I try to understand. And
well, it's not just 2 frames because so let's look at this exact use case. Jeff has a vMix rig.
Mm-hmm.
If he took the video as I speak, he took it into his vMix rig and he switched it onto his camera and he spotlit his camera and had all of you watch his camera while I go. Let's say he's bringing it to NDI. Let's say there's 2 frames of latency in his rig from the time he receives it at Zoom until there. The problem is, in a theoretically perfect world, at the exact same moment, there we go. So, and go and spotlight that for everybody, Jeff, and you'll see how bad the lip sync is here. Because at the exact same moment that, well, other than that.
Oh, it's a loop.
Oh, he's looking at the active speaker, I think. Just a second. He'll fix that.
That's good.
But in the meantime, I'll do this. While the exact moment that he gets my video and audio is the moment that you guys are hearing my audio, then it's going through his 2 frames of delay. Then it's going to the cloud. And now you have all of Zoom's latency for his camera feed to get up, which in a best case, like right now, I have 41 milliseconds of received latency. So it's taking 41 seconds to get from the cloud to me. And I'm actually getting, it's 42 and 42. So it's taking 84 milliseconds there, round trip, plus the 2 frames of latency. That's what, 66? So we're at 150 milliseconds out between the audio that you heard from me And the video that you saw of me on him, that'll never work because we can't do anything to slip my audio that far to make it line up. You have to do that split concept where my team calls it the produce panel. You have your talent meeting where the presenters are happening. That is ingest. It's camera sources for you. It's remote cameras coming over. You do your switching and then you put it up. From that point, at that point, if I have latency in my chain, if I have 2 frames of latency in NDI, or if I have a slow converter that's 4, or BirdDog can get to 1 on some stuff, or Dante's AV.
But the NDI will introduce 2 frames, and then the mixer will introduce 2 frames. Like TriCaster will introduce not 2 frames to go, or maybe even 3 to go back to Zoom. I mean, the total will be 4 to 5.
Sure.
Yeah,
but at that point, if the total is, even if it's 10, as long as I delay my audio, as long as my audio and my video, I don't care how much, to some extent, I don't care how much latency I have, as long as it's consistent and I can add delay to line it up.
Yep.
Not in Zoom. I have to have a hardware unit of some kind to do that delay, and it has limits.
Data video or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, but I gotta line that up. Once I line that up, I'm solid. Now it goes into Zoom at the same time, and now it's locked again for the audience on the other side. And that doesn't really matter. Like, that amount of latency doesn't matter until we start getting, into like, oh, well, it's 20 seconds. Okay, maybe this makes a difference. Or if there's an interactive element and you have that old, like, the bad newscaster thing of back to you. All right, thanks. And, the delays and stuff. So, but when we're talking about, like, we're counting in frames, we're counting 6 frames.
But the brain will register if it's more than 4 frames.
I'm not talking about sync.
Brain is freaking out.
Right. No, sync, I think, needs to be within 1 or 2.
Yep.
Definitely. It has to be lined up. But if that's happening in real time, half a second after it happened in the real world on the other side of the world, nothing matters as long as it's lined up.
Like a broadcasting work, satellite feeds has a 2 seconds at least,
right?
And that's okay for the news program. That means I'm not concerned about this. No, my only question was, my first question was regarding this extracting from the same call two NDI of the same person and sending to the 2, because we talk about the backup on beginning. That's the one.
You can do that as long as you're always pulling the same audio and video together. So as long as, if I'm pulling video from A, I have to pull audio from A. But again, the other piece is that can't come back to that same meeting. Or if it does, like, the sync will not be there. It won't, because it's the Zoom hop. More than your production system isn't the big deal. It's the Zoom hop.
Yep.
So Sam, I have one question about with the Zoom Rooms NDI, because I don't have a Zoom Room here to play with. And maybe this is something that, because the way you're talking about it, Sam, is having 2 different Zoom rooms, pinning the same person and feeding into one vision mixer. I think what, Amir, you're talking about is taking one Zoom room and taking that NDI feed to 2 different production environments.
No, it's actually going to the 2 different vision mixers. That means one NDI stream will go to KiloView, that will convert NDI to SDI, and it will go to Constellation. Mm-hmm. And another will go to TriCaster directly, vMix, Wirecast, you name it.
Right. So yeah, what you're doing is you're taking a one-to-many. So you're not using 2 Zoom rooms. So if you were using 2 Zoom rooms, it's because you want to pin 6 people, as opposed to you're pinning person 1 on 2 different Zoom rooms to send it to 2 different places. So if that you're looking to use NDI kind of to split.
I don't know if I can trust to NDI, to be honest with you still. I mean, the one idea is if the one feed fails, I have another one, which goes to a completely different path. It's another Zoom computer. And that's another question for Sam. Mac or PC? I'm still, I'm testing both. I have a HP Z2, the small one, and the Mac Mini M1. And I'm trying to understand, is it better to go with a PC or with a Mac? It's not just the Zoom, it's also NDI, because NDI doesn't work in the same way on PC and a Mac. Right.
That's one of those questions that is going to change constantly. Honestly, I would keep both in my test bed.
It's a moving target.
Because New Tech does their updates, we do our updates. Things break on one or work better on the other. We ran into this the other day on a show where we were like, oh, well, scan converter. We were playing between a mix of like Zoom ISO versus Sienna scan converter versus NDI tools, and which version on Mac versus PC versus HDMI out to a capture card. And we had to test like 10 different solutions to find the one that actually did what we needed it to do. The thing I would say on your redundancy path is, like we talked about at the beginning of the day, if you have one Zoom room outputting 2 NDI feeds to 2 different vision mixers, you have redundancy for vision mixer. You don't have it for Zoom room. If you have 2 Zoom rooms,
I have it
passing NDI each to their own vision mixer. You still don't have redundancy going into Zoom and through the Zoom cloud. You do have it once you get to your Zoom room, but then those are hitting the same network switch.
I have a redundancy also on that level. I have a redundancy on all level. I even have it from TriCaster. I can go out SDI or NDI from what's the name? Constellation. I can go SDI, NDI. That means I actually have a 4 layers of redundancy. You know.
Ultimately, anytime, I guess getting back to the original question, anytime we're talking about time, when we're talking about time and delay and latency, you have both the latency within your studio, but that's probably consistent. Anytime, like if I'm talking about an audio desk, it's always going to have the same latency, especially like if I'm talking like Digico level, especially I know they like time it out well. So does iLive, varying stuff, but like, as we're going through that, they're all going to have a consistent, okay, I added 2 frames of latency, but it doesn't change. Versus Zoom plays with time. Time is not consistent in Zoom. So there is both the amount of latency, but it also changes and you can't predict it. Right now, I'm hovering at 84, but in one moment here, I could pop up to 120. And then in a second, I could be down to 60. And because it's not consistent, you can't ever truly time align it. But put audio and video into Zoom, it's a participant. It will, while it may change in time, those 2 things will stay consistent with each other.
Yep. Thanks.
Question from Scott.
Hey, how you doing? I'm just speaking on that, where you can't really do like a 2.0 show in the same meeting. I've been setting up my system to do, exactly what Jeff's doing, bringing stuff into vMix, kind of creating a background, and then, setting up, having a participant meeting and a presenter meeting. And I'm just trying to work out the bugs of Zoom ISO or NDI feeds. But the one thing that is kind of a hiccup is, all the kinds of meetings I do, the chat is so very important to those presenters. So them being either in a breakout room with Zoom rooms and sending that back. I mean, I can get a gallery view to send back to them, but not having the chat there, whereas like the main form of interaction. And I'm wondering, is there maybe Zoom events could be something where that common chat room in the lobby could be something that they could watch, or is there some, way that, and I know Andy has a solution with Isadora. It just seems like a bit clunky to port one chat to the other. I'm thinking that maybe the Zoom events common chat could be something that I could use to get that chat experience in there for the presenters.
Yeah, so there's a couple approaches. One, the first approach is to point out that production isn't right for every event. And it's because of there's this divide. So I spend a lot of time talking to customers and trying to decide if production is right for them. We have a lot of internal events we do that we don't do production because we need, it's more of a conversation versus a presentation. That being said, in situations where, no, we need top of the line, we need the production value, we need the quality, we need, we have a lot of pre-record elements, whatever, we're doing this with production. How do we tie this chat together? Zoom events is one idea of having the lobby with the lobby chat that stays open. There is that. I don't know that I see that necessarily being a solution for it because the other chat's still there and people are using it, though I guess you could shut it down. But that's one thing you could play with. I don't think it's a perfect scenario. Another option, depending on your speakers, is to have them double join and to have them join the other chat with a device where they disconnect audio. They're not connected to audio and they're just watching and participating in the chat on it. An iPad sitting on their desk or a second laptop. We do a lot of stuff like that just to have that same interactivity and come over. The other option is something like you join Zoom OSC to it with Andy's solution. You join OSC and you have, Isadora, and you use that to bring your chat, port your chat completely over. But at the point you start porting your chat, you can also start thinking about, what do I want to do with my chat? Do I want to filter it? Do I want to build an interface in Isadora where all the chat comes in here, and then my chat moderator is picking which ones do I send? And does that just go into the chat for them? Or
do you want to render the chat even to be part
you
of your
render it
visual,
onto your
right?
speaker
Yeah.
view? So if I'm returning from vMix, I'm getting all my sources and I'm mixing my show. I'm also sending a return video feed to them. I don't just send them program. What if I send them program and tally and speaker timers and notes, and then I take the highlighted chat that I want them to react to, and my event planner is sitting there planning, hey, this was what I want them to see. This was what I want them to see. They called my CEO fat. I'm not going to show them that one. These are what I want to do. Render it onto that video. That way they have one place to look. And so that's what we're experimenting with right now, is how do we really expand that experience to be a curated one that we like? Think of like what you guys saw with like TweetDeck and stuff, where you have like the Twitter walls and social walls, social live, all these different things. Start taking that concept to chat and to Q&A and moderate it and bring it in as you want to in varying levels of manual or automatic processes. The other piece I'll say is, for future, we're always improving the Zoom native experience in what we can do there. So the level of production that right now requires this split talent meeting and all this isolation, obviously we feel the pain as much as everyone else does of this split and this divide. And the whole point of Zoom is to bring stuff like that together. So as you see us start to increase feature sets and what we can do, that's something we'll try to solve.
I think the only other thing I'll say on that is it's definitely an area where like you've been heard on that front. Like Zoom has definitely heard this issue, and to Sam's point, it's like, yeah, there's a wide range of solutions there, but it's always an area we can improve, and it's an issue that we are aware of. Right.
Well, I think it's a major thumbs up for really knowing the existence of the Zoom Event Specialist team, right? I mean, initially, I think the very first time we had you on, some people took that as a competitive, introduction. Fact is, with you guys there struggling the way we struggle with our customers' requirements or desires, the voices inside and outside, making some of these challenges known, and you guys have more direct access to, project or product managers and so forth to kind of run that word up the chain. So I'm super grateful for your guys' existence and challenges, and your willingness to come back and share with us out here how you've resolved some of those as well.
Quick answer to a question that came up in chat was moderated chat in Zoom meetings. Without even saying what future holds, there's actually I don't know the availability on the feature, but it exists for the ability to delete chat from within a session, from within a meeting or a webinar. The limitation on it is the way it actually works is the flag that gets set for the account as a whole, and it requires a minimum version. So that's why it's not widely available, because everyone who joins any event on your entire account at that point has to have that latest version. Because of Zoom events, because of the way we host Zoomtopia and the Work Transformation Summit, we had it on for those. And Work Transformation, I did delete a couple chat messages that were a little wacky. So definitely look forward to that in the future. Yeah. Ed?
Yeah. So Sam, touching on something how we were talking about latency a little while ago with Zoom's latency back and forth to the cloud. This is a question I've always wondered, because it gets kind of techie and nerdy. Enabling the users to use local servers, to connect to local servers, does that help improve latency on either end? Because now they're not forcing everybody to connect to the server that you are closest to as the meeting host.
Your best performance in a vacuum here, without more context, your best performance is to let Zoom do its magic. To just let it do its thing, not set data centers, not restrict anything. The only time you want to, in my opinion, is if you have like a GDPR, data privacy, some form of issue there that you need to restrict data centers. Other than that, let Zoom do its thing, and it'll negotiate it better than you can on a whole.
Right. So by default, I guess that's what I'm asking is which I don't, and I'm sure I've changed it more times than I, playing around. Which way is it set by default, and which way do you recommend having that particular feature set?
I don't remember on that particular feature. In general, it would be the idea of not specifying any data centers to try to push stuff through.
Got it. So they should all be checked as available.
Yeah. Yep.
Got it. Yep. Cool.
With that, I actually do need to run and get going. But it's always great to be here. Jeff, thanks for having me again.
Yeah, great to have you. Thanks for spending time. I'll put in the chat again the link, because like we had said earlier in the program that you and your team have an official share from Zoom of this behind the scenes of the summit that you guys delivered, which will get a bit more granular and have some, I'm sure, some presentation and visuals and so forth in there that I think will be really worth the visit as well. So we look forward to seeing you there. Always glad to have you in the Zoom Test Kitchen, Sam. I love the way you feast upon the Q&A. Some people are terribly uncomfortable with it. You, since the very first visit, have always been very comfortable with it, and it just is so well aligned with kind of the way we work in the Zoom Test Kitchen as well. Just a good conversation, question and answer, and it fairly easily kind of swayed away from your summit necessarily, but just we know that Sam will tell us the right answer or tell us that it's either it's not official or you just simply don't know. It's always the truth, and we appreciate that very much. So Sam and team, thank you. Andy, I don't know if you have to drop as well, but always anyway, I'm certainly not kicking you out, but always glad to have you. Really good to see you again in the Zoom Test Kitchen. Super pleased to have you be part of the team at Zoom as well, and just feel like we've got a great connection of some really great folks with some incredible talent as well. So I'll say bye to you, Sam, and thank you, and we'll see you again sometime in the near future.
Great. Take care, everybody.
See you guys. All right. So the Zoom Test Kitchen, we're not going to close down the kitchen necessarily. Give you the opportunity to tee some things up. I know I this last week, it's this week, have, for being in the central U.S., I worked some silly hours because it was a European show. That I had 2 a.m. call times, 3 a.m. call times, and they're killer. It's like to actually have to get up and function and do it accurately and so forth. They were just a lot of managed Zoom meetings for a medical org called Stryker, and one of the meetings had 30 pre-records to play. And I just thanked my lucky stars that I am a vMix user, that I could load them up and get them in order and, throw them in and out and so forth, because, sharing in and out quickly and smoothly and so forth, pre-records, that many pre-records along with PowerPoints and so forth, would have been pretty challenging. Not impossible, but not as smooth of an experience for the customer either. So we had dual moderators. Had a producer in the room and dual moderators, and so one moderator, she was running the slide decks. The speakers who were in Europe were using Internet Clicker. How many here, just by a quick raise of hand, use Internet Clicker for any of your gigs or usages? That remote ability. Nobody. Anyways, the customer loved it. They had not used it before, and I heard, I wasn't part of it, that the year before they had nixed the idea of having somebody host their deck and drive things and so forth, and things went pretty sour. This year they went ahead and bought off on the dual moderators, which I always kind of question, but there's certain meetings that really it becomes quite useful, from mic management, chat management, sharing decks and then spotlight management, and then pre-record playing. It can get pretty heavy pretty quick, right? And so anyways, they got her name was Autumn, got very familiar with the shortcut on her Mac to kill the share. 'Cause she would be sharing a deck and it would be time to roll to a video. Well, the video was to kill the share, to spotlight my video, which is where the video is going to be coming from, right? So I would program my Stream Deck to, in vMix, roll the video, and also have Zoom OSC was up on another machine that the Stream Deck was talking to, and to spotlight me. And it was an ad spot. It was a spotlight user, which is a replace spotlight versus an ad spotlight. So she didn't have to worry about unspotlighting the previous speaker. I would just do a spotlight user, which would be my video. It would wipe everybody out, add mine, and all she had to do was just do, I think it was a Command Alt S, if I remember correctly, which quickly killed her share. She had to do that. She was the sharer, and it worked really good. It was actually way smoother than I thought on like 30 some odd different transitions, and so that worked quite well. Had the same exact scenario, except this group, one of the persons in this group was the slide deck sharer, and so, but really there was the same rhythm, and so I told her, I said, and she was the one in charge of kind of the whole event anyway, so she was very familiar with all the content and so forth. And so I told her, I said, hey, she understood what needed to be done. I said, the quickest, easiest way is this shortcut. Are you on a PC or Mac? Because I think a PC is Alt S, or on a Mac it's Command Alt S, and just taught her that, and never had an issue as well. I mean, it always makes me very nervous to have somebody on the client team be a part of the success of the deliverable in the production itself. It really, really gets me kind of freaked out at times. But anyways, that went well as all. The only real big hiccup was one of the speakers' bandwidth was horrible, and we had to move on to the next speaker while he disconnected and reconnected and just came back to him. But that was about it. So trying to think of if there were any other lessons learned. It was challenging on this end because I was working usually 2 to 4 events or meetings a day, but through the week, I worked with 4 different producers, and that's a challenge because the shared assets are all over the place, and oh my goodness, it's hard to keep track of. At 2 in the morning, who am I waking up for? Where's the run of show? All that jazz. But that's kind of just an ongoing issue. I'm not sure. It's not Zoom related, that's for sure. Anyways, that's what I've been through recently. I'm not sure if anybody else has, some recent challenges or lessons learned or tips and tricks. Last week's meeting, we had watermarks on top of everybody, and it was your email address to your Zoom account that would watermark the top on desktop systems. On mobile systems, it seemed to show just like your first name, I think. But there's a watermark on everybody's video, on the shares and so forth. That's the way I had it set up, was a watermark. Now, there's no way to turn it off once you're in the meeting. That's why it was there the whole time. There is an option to only do that on top of shares. So if you only consider your intellectual property being the slide deck, then you can turn that feature on just for sharing instead to protect that. But I'm trying to think of others. Yeah, so we don't have anybody spotlit right now, which is fine. I'm going to order my gallery. And here, I'm going to actually, let me release that. I'm going to share what I'm doing with you. And so I'm going to custom order my gallery and, get everybody who is like, let's say, an essential speaker. Oh, that was one of the other things we did and hadn't done in a while. Some of these meetings were, a couple hundred people strong, which just gets harder to find people that need to be spotlit if you find yourself having to spotlight them from the participants list or whatnot. So we let all the speakers know that there wasn't anything wrong, but we will rename you and with just a underscore at the beginning of your name. And it's truly selfish on our part. It helps us better manage the meeting because it sorts your names at the top of our list. And they were all totally good with that. I told them it's not permanent. And so most of them actually came back the next day underscored for us. So it was super helpful that way. And it did absolutely had some big payoffs just having that, knowing that, it's not strictly alphabetical on the participants list, but eventually it gets to a point of being alphabetical, a special character at the beginning. Probably the friendliest special character is a invisible space, a hard space. And that on a PC, I can create that with an Alt 255. A Mac can produce it. I don't know if it was Command spacebar or Shift spacebar, but it can produce a hard space. So it's really invisible to everybody, but it's still considered a special character as far as sorting goes. But we didn't do that one. But that in fact did help. The reason I'm sharing this, I didn't do it. I thought I did this. So there's now a feature that we had read through a week or two ago on all the feature release notes to not only customize my gallery, but to be able to save this customization. And so it all begins in the meeting setup. And I thought I had done it, but I must have undone it. Is in the meeting setup, there's a checkbox. Well, further back than that, if you've never used it, you have to go into the portal back settings and enable the new feature. Then when you enable it, now when you schedule new meetings or edit existing ones, you can check a box that says enable the host to save gallery. And then once you do that and start the meeting, then you'll have an option here when you customize it. I can save it and then I can load it. And with that, whether that's applied in a classroom, in my world, it would be a large meeting. So we go through rehearsals, so there's no audience, speakers only, and tech crew, right? And so I know who they are, and so I can document that. But now I can also build a custom gallery to kind of get me out of the way because I usually hide my video, with the exception if I'm playing pre-records. Hide my video, put them up top, put them in order, and so forth. Now I can save them. That's not such a big deal until there's hundreds of people in the meeting, and especially when you go to breakout rooms and they'll come back in a completely different order. Now I can load the saved gallery and poof, it brings everybody that I care about right back up to the top, which is great. So that combined, if I'm video switching or spotlighting from gallery view, that helps that tons. And then the special character at the beginning of their names helps in the sort order and the participants list those. So there's a couple of thoughts and tricks. One's a feature, one's simply a tip of the trick, I guess. Other thoughts? I'm trying to think of some of the other features. I don't really want to run through all the new features again, just because we did that. But I know it wasn't exactly the same audience here. So I'm going to pull them up and just reference them here real quickly. I think it was January 24th note. Oh, I should have asked Andy a selfish question while I was here. I forgot. I'm having a hard time getting my Zoom OSC to be able to join a meeting when the meeting is being hosted. I have since found out when the meeting is being hosted with my account that hosts this meeting, which is the one offered up by a DVE store for the HD. But if I host it on my Pro account, I can connect. And so most people familiar with the challenge of trying to log in with Zoom OSC is because the Zoom OSC uses the SDK, and the SDK is usually a much older version than the current release, that the meeting must be requiring a certain version or newer. That's what it's acting like. But the DVE store account is not, there's no indication of that setting at all. So I don't know why it's not letting me join, but it's not. Let's see. One of the big ones, I haven't tested this. We might be able to. Yeah, this is worth sharing. This one right here, here's another tip. I did this a week or two ago. I did exactly the same thing I did then. My focus was inside the Zoom client, but not only that, it was inside the chat window. And I did a Control Plus, thinking I was going to make the font bigger inside the browser, but it made the fonts bigger inside the chat window. So I threw out a quick tip. Hey, by the way, if you want to make the text more readable, just click inside the chat window and do a Control Plus or minus, and it will instantly change the font size. So I'll feel like I should share that again because it can be super helpful. So now I'm going to go back to the browser and pop that up. But this one right here, the create, remove, rename breakout rooms after lunch. Now, Ed, have you had any more time to test this? Because we saw the post. I know you and I saw the post at least of was it is Robert still here? I think Robert, did you have to drop the Bobbity? Anyways, I'm not sure if it is Rouse or not, but anyways, somebody at least with a similar name, if not the same, posted about this new feature that's out that they can be edited even while they've been open, which has never been the case. Ed, did you have any more time? Is this something?
No, I haven't had a chance to play with it yet, but
Okay.
I know that there was a little bit of somebody had reported they were had enabled it, but it didn't show up right away, and I guess it was a little delayed in its rollout. But then someone else I just saw the other day said that it was working. So, but I have not had a chance yet.
I'm up. I updated my clients just prior to launching the meeting today, so we're on what 5.9.3 now, I believe is the latest. And anyways, and it says it requires 5.9.3, and so that is a very recent release. With that. So the other is, I don't know how long everybody ended up in the waiting room, or if some of you didn't, because it was off for a little while, which is unusual. But I did put my slide roll in the waiting room, so that if any of you ended up in the waiting room today, you should see video. Ed, can you go confirm that for me? I'm going to send you to the waiting room. How about that?
Ooh.
Let me. You're a co-host.
You'll have to unco-host me first, I think, right?
Co-host you, yeah.
Yep.
All right, got that. I'm going to send you to the waiting room. Put in the waiting room. We'll give him a moment. I know when I first hit the waiting room for my other machine that it automatically started playing the video. The video size, it doesn't say here. It says when you go to the setup. So if I go to the.
Yeah, keep in mind that one and the allowing participants to reply from the waiting room are both forced upgrade parameters. So we still can't do it because we have so many clients who are locked in on an older version. So
Yeah. So you go under settings to the customized waiting room, and now you have this option of either the default screen, a logo with a description, and or I've added the video as well, and it gives you the parameters. So the file can be up to 30 meg. It can be an MP4, MOV, or M4V, and then you can test it here. And that's just the pre-roll that I roll at the beginning of the show is all. So it seemed to autoplay. I didn't let it go far enough in my own test to see if it loops or not, but let's get Ed's feedback here. He's coming back now. Yeah, Ed?
Yeah, I thought I was exiles for good for there.
Yeah, I forgot. I got to talking and forgot all about you.
Well, that was good because it actually gave me it was able to run the whole time.
Did
so
it loop? That's
it showed so it showed that it was a minute long. I was playing with the controls. I was able to pause it. There was no audio, correct?
No, that video doesn't have audio burned in.
I do know that by default it does mute. It is muted. So I've read that other places, but that was what I think yours is the first one I've actually experienced in a meeting, and I had controls to be able to unmute it, but as there was no audio, and then it did loop once it got to the end.
Auto loop, but default muted.
Correct.
So whether it's instructional, whether it's marketing, whether it's maybe the QR code to the Slido that you're going to use inside the meeting, just all kinds of potential, let alone marketing, uses of it. The unknown, let me send two of you to the waiting room. I'll send Ed and maybe Amur to the waiting room. And what I'd like to know, I'm going to intentionally wait 15 seconds to send Amur to see, is Amur going to jump in at the beginning of the video that Ed is already 15 seconds into, or is Amur going to join at 15 seconds in? I'd like to know, because it will help us determine, hey, can we build a rule for the waiting room moderator that says make sure to leave everybody in the waiting room 60 seconds so that they can see the whole video at least once, right? But if they're jumping in partway through, that might, but it does auto loop. So 60 seconds from anywhere will actually do the job. But let's give this a quick run if you don't mind. I'm going to send Ed and Amur. Ed first. Okay. Ed is there. We'll wait 10 more seconds and then I'll send Amur. And you just want to make sure that you identify, do you see the playhead at the beginning or partway playing already? So here you go. So give that a shot. Okay, Ed's been there long enough for sure. I'll go admit him. Amur has been able to identify where he jumped into the video. I'll admit him. Okay, so Ed, did you start back at the beginning, being the first one there?
Started right at the top.
Did you get all the way through it and loop?
It didn't get all the way through by the time you brought me back. It was about to And
So then when Amr joined you 15 to 20 seconds in, did you see the beginning or did you
Correct.
see?
I started from 0.
Okay. So everybody who goes there starts from 0. So that's good. If you know you have a 30-second, 60-second video, you can just tell the waiting room moderator to make sure that they don't let anybody in sooner than being there 30 to 60 seconds, which might be really hard to track if you get a lot of people popping into the waiting room.
I mean,
But,
it's like independent playlist, am I right?
Yeah, I think that's what we were doing. Verifying is that everybody independently sees it from the beginning to the
Yeah.
end, and it will loop. Which to me just says, we if it's instructional and we want everybody to see it, we don't want to rapidly allow the waiting room moderator to just pop people in very quickly, right? Because they'll miss if they go by a guideline of 30 to 60 seconds, depending on the length of the video, then there's a better chance that they've seen the instructions that you wish for them to see on their way into the meeting. That's my point there. Sharing, if I were to share again, I wanted to see this. Where is this? Oh, yeah. If I'm going to create, I'm going to do a manual assignment for 6 breakout rooms, so nobody's going to leave, but they're going to open. And I'll open them up. Now, the rooms are there. Now if I...
Jeff, do you mind just co-hosting me again before you do that?
Yeah.
Thanks.
So I have some breakout rooms. Nobody's in them, but they are open, and you can see that in the share, right? And the reason I've done this is to share this feature as well. With breakout rooms open, has anybody used this yet? That when you share, let's say I wanted to share, the release notes, you can share to all breakout rooms.
Yeah, I've done that a few times.
Yeah. And so I just wanted to point it out that this isn't a brand new release, but the fact is I haven't ever heard anybody talk about it except now a couple of times here in the Zoom Test Kitchen. But if there's some reason, but I do believe into the breakout rooms, it's a silent share. I don't think it goes with audio.
Correct. No audio.
Video share only, but it does do it to all breakout rooms. So I wanted to point that out, and then we'll mess with the breakout rooms. I guess we can do this now. So I'm going to close all the rooms, and I'm going to recreate. I'm going to recreate 2. I get a small number. I'll manually assign. Tell it to recreate 2, and I'll open them up. Now I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. You can see what I'm doing here. So I've got nobody assigned, but 2 rooms open. And so the feature is you're supposed to be able to, add, create, remove, and rename breakout rooms after they're launched. And so they are created, but at the moment now I don't know if it requires occupancy. So let's test that. Kirsten, if you don't mind, maybe I'll send you to breakout room 1. And who else do we have? Who's not on video but listening and can participate? Anybody? Amr, you're here, so let me assign you to number 2. I've got at least one person in each one. If the MER can accept that and make the move, there we go. So we're there. So I'm not seeing anything right now that indicates to me that I can make any changes to this other than just join one. I'm going to close the window and reopen it. I can move them around. Yeah, I'm not seeing the flexibility on this either. I can't say that I've, this feature requires the client version 5.9.3 or higher and must be enabled by Zoom. Oh, that's why. Okay. So I would have to, sounds like I've got to put in a support ticket to have them enable this feature. That answers that. Okay, so we identified that for those of you just coming back, that that this piece right here says it requires 5.9.3 but must be enabled by Zoom, which is a request, and so we will make that happen. But that would be why I couldn't see any of those features available.
Jeff, are you on a business account?
Yeah, this one that's provided by DVE Store for the Zoom Test Kitchen, it's an enterprise account. So
Got it. Yeah, they should. I mean, if you don't know who your actual AE is from Zoom,
I know who they are, but quite honestly, I'm pretty spoiled. Is I dial the support number, and I always get a human, and almost always they're the ones who can resolve my issue like on the spot. It's been a pretty great experience.
Yeah. Yeah, I've noticed that the AEs are just the quickest way to get any of those features turned on.
Yeah. And I've never. I mean, I know Sam has access to like everything, which they all do, but I haven't leveraged that path. I mean, if I was in an emergency, maybe, but yeah, support's worked great for me. And it's a phone call. Chat features, Zoom app, and then issues resolved there. But while we're here on the release note, that's BDI, this is BWA, AD Sync, and Zoom Rooms. So they're not talking about anything else because we were looking at the 24th before that. So that covers that.
So Jeff, I don't know if you saw while we were right after we kind of did that waiting room test, I brought in one of my other machines and dropped it into the waiting room to send a chat message to it.
Yep.
That all it said was just, test message to waiting room, and then reply message to waiting room is what I sent back. Just because I never find myself in the waiting room because I'm always the hosting one.
It's so true. We message. We have messaged the waiting room, often enough, letting them know, hey, we're here.
Yeah, but I don't know that I've ever been on the user side of that. So.
No, totally get it.
So I just did a quick test of that. I never end up in a waiting room, so yeah, I figured why not.
I mean, it maybe it's super obvious to everybody, but the feature comes from when you write a chat message. Right up top is who or everyone, or there's another option that would show up here for the waiting room because there's nobody in there right now.
Well, yeah. So what I'll do is I'll put my other machine. I just put my other machine in the waiting room.
Yeah. Once that's present, now we have an option for waiting room participants, and so we can write a message that will only go to the waiting room people. And
yeah, if you want to go ahead, you can do that. Send something, and I'll reply to it from the waiting room.
There we go.
Great. And I can say,
there we go. So to and from.
Yep.
No.
Well, it's a good thing that I'm a co-host to let myself back in. But yeah, so it's pretty cool. But I believe in older implementations of this, it wasn't just to waiting room though. Didn't it also end up like people in the meeting saw it? I think there was a time. No,
If you're a co-host,
is that
like
all it was?
Any of the co-hosts would see the message go out, I think.
Yeah, that must be it. I'm always the host.
I do remember something like that though, that you're saying that.
Yeah. And I usually have multiple machines in every meeting I am host for, so that's probably why that's stuck in my head is they'll always be co-hosts. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Kind of similar to in a webinar when you can send if you've disabled chat, but you can direct message a attendee, the other panelists will also see that.
This is the first time
when they reply.
This, that I guess I've never looked under here. When you share the individual sharing, I've always guided them to the More menu and try to get them familiar with disable annotation for others. Most people hardly ever know that's there. They don't. I mean, there's a ton of options. As the host, there's even more, right? There's a lot of options under the More button during a share, and this one in particular, like Ed, go ahead and start annotating on my share right now. Right.
Yep.
And anybody can. And if you don't get your users familiar with this option to disable the annotation, and now that it's too late, how to clear it and so forth. So then you have to bring up that and you clear all drawings. So now I've disabled it and taking care of that. Now I need to get rid of this menu. Oh, bummer.
Right, and even as co-host, I can't annotate, so
Yeah,
it takes it away.
But I didn't realize that I, as the host, so I wonder if this is only here because I'm the one sharing, or if it shows up every time anybody in my meeting shares, is I can control annotate or not being enabled or disabled. So I'm going to stop sharing.
It was because you screen shared if you have switched it up for other people.
Yeah, but will that pop up when you share because I'm the host? I'm about to fall in love with that feature if it shows up when you're sharing, because then I can help the speaker control that as well. There's always a bit of a pain to cure the problem during the meeting. So Kirsten, I'm going to do something I never do, which is I'm going to allow participants to share screen, and so I'm going to go ahead and allow that for the moment, simply because we are where we are. And Kirsten, if you'll go ahead and share something, it doesn't have to be any content, but just share something. Then I'm going to check my security shield to see if I end up with that option. And yeah, it's not, so it's only there when I'm the source of the share. So now anybody who wants to can pop up their annotate and start annotating on the screen. Kirsten realizes she has a problem, so she'll have to, I can clear all drawings for her.
Sharing is caring.
While she finds that option under the More toolbar, and when she finds that option to then disallow the annotating, then the problem, if you will, if you caught it when it was a problem, will go away. Because now under my view options, I no longer have annotated as an option because she disabled it. I just don't quite get why it's on by default to let the world annotate versus by default, I believe it should be off by default. And then the speaker could enable it or disable it by invitation, if you will. But I think that's probably one of the biggest missing pieces of knowledge to share with a speaker who's going to be sharing. Is it doesn't happen all the time, but when it does, and the younger the audience, the more it will happen. I can promise you that, because they dig around, and they realize, oh, I'm just gonna scribble on somebody's drawing. Now, keep in mind, while it scribbles, it does give you, I think, the initials or the name, depending on what they've entered in their profile of who's done it. But anyways, I think that's an important one. The other shortcut is like, hey, press and hold your space bar so you can talk, right? Instead of them struggling trying to, click on the mute button. I don't know what other tips you share, but I always on all my meetings, always turn on the option, ask participant to allow host to unmute you. And then, then anytime somebody happens to start talking and forgot to unmute themselves. So I always let them know, hey, you're your primary audio manager, but I'll act as your secondary. Just do me a favor tomorrow when you log in for the show. Just be sure to answer yes to allow host to unmute you. Because then when there's an issue, I can just quickly solve the problem for you and you don't have to get distracted by forgetting to unmute yourself. The challenge is always like, my producer out of the blue 2 days ago, the speaker started to talk, it couldn't be heard. And so what happened? They're trying to unmute themselves. Well, so all of a sudden the producer out of the blue, like no instruction, no agreement, no protocol was ever set that they had a darn thing to do with audio management control. And it was this battle. Boom. It was on as off. It was on as off. It was on, which means they're both trying at the same time, slightly off. And so I got onto comms and I assumed it was the other moderator. I said, oh, the old battle of the unmuting is a lot of fun, huh, Amanda? And that's when the producer chimed on, oh, well, I was trying that. Like, thanks. Like, don't jump in and do something you've never talked about doing, because that just throws more mayhem into the mix. And, if things are going to work, I want to know who made them work. And if things aren't going to work, I want to know who helped them fail, period, without surprises. So anyways, that's probably on the top of my mind as far as tips and tricks or whatnot. Anybody else? Any particular features that you want to run through? We did use interpretation. We had, I think, 4 or 5 languages. I know we did. It was English based. We went to Spanish, Italian, Polish, and German. I think we had 4. And every one of them were true interpreters for language translation. And so you add 2 entries, one for each interpreter. This was super helpful. We didn't have to know their names. They were told ahead of time by the production company, before you sign on, make sure you come in named French 1, French 2, German 1, German 2. And so they showed up in our waiting room with those names. So we knew exactly who to admit. We knew exactly who to assign to what language. It worked really, really smooth. And I will say, one day I had a problem. You used to have to, if you enabled interpretation, you used to have to have at least one assignment if you enabled it in the meeting setup. But Robert said last week that now you no longer have to do that. And so I followed that guidance, and I didn't assign anybody, but I just checked the box, and it did let me save it. But it didn't show up, and I'm not quite sure why, because I did it to the Zoom Test Kitchen meeting, added language interpretation with no assignment. I did that today before I started the meeting, and it showed right up. And interpretation is here with no assignments. I can add an interpreter. Works exactly the way Robert said it would. But there was one effort where during rehearsal it didn't work that way, which I didn't have interpreters anyways. But then at showtime on the second try, it did work. So Robert was absolutely correct, but there was just a touch of a hiccup once.
Was it one of those things where you had to log out and log back in, maybe?
It's possible. Yeah, it's absolutely possible. So, and then, I don't know how many of you, do freelance work. I know Ed does, just because I know Ed. But, there's always, are you coming in as a paid freelancer, but you're joining a meeting as an attendee, and it's their account. They own the account. Will they give you host, or will they only give you co-host? There's all that decision making. You'd think it'd be obvious, but it's not, and someone just won't do it. But and then there's others. Like this week, I work for a company that published in the Excel spreadsheets, the login and the whole bit. I mean, I could log into the Zoom portal with the credential they gave me. It wasn't my account exclusively, but it was a naming convention that only a few people would ever use it during this week's show. And so it gave us back-end access to, chat wasn't enabled. And so I logged into the back end and turned on the chat, did the interpretation, and then we were good to go. So, you basically, you don't just join a meeting at that point. You have to log into the Zoom client with that account, then join the meeting, and then you're host when you get there. When you have more than one moderator, and they were using the same account, that was the other thing, is they're using the same account. If they get there first, they're the host. If I get there first, I'm the host. The person showing up second now get that pop-up message that says, do you want to reclaim host, or do you want to stay co-host? We happened to have a protocol that I was going to be the host, and they would be the co-host. So reclaiming host, it was not an offensive process, and it was never during the show. It was always an early call time, so there wasn't anything to be interrupted. But I did have to immediately remember to give co-host, because you claim host, you are pulling them down to an attendee. So you have to quickly give them co-host back. There was something else in that process I was going to bring up. I can't remember what it was. It might come to me, but just little thoughts like that. I did have my system on the last show. I have 3 monitors in front of me. They're identical monitors connected to the same PC. And all of a sudden, my system just started just like a movie. And black, and like, holy crap. And so I got on Unity and said, guys, stand by. Be ready for what's next on your own, because my computer's freaking out. And but I gotta give. And when it was done kind of freaking out, I ended up with one monitor that stayed dark and 2 monitors that came back. vMix seemed to be alive again. I could always hear the Zoom meeting. I think maybe there might have been a fraction of a moment there where I didn't. But so I'm not 100% sure if Zoom had to reconnect, but I know that, like, if I go to the task manager, maybe we'll do this before we end the meeting. If I go to the task manager and abruptly end the process called Zoom, which is a very interruptive way to kill Zoom, it will recover. It has for me in the past anyways. It'll recover so quickly that I will still come back as host. The meeting itself won't have had enough time, which is a time to live value, right? Wait this amount of time for the host to be gone before you make a decision. I can come back faster than that and be host as if I weren't gone. And that's just compliments to Zoom for recognizing that event and reconnecting so quickly with no need to provide Zoom who you are on the way back in. It uses all the previous information. I'm like, that's pretty darn impressive. vMix did reset itself. So I don't know if it was vMix that caused the problem or if it was a graphics issue because I lost one of the monitors. And it's not dead now. It came back just fine later. But vMix was running off of a preset called Last, which is a dead giveaway that it had to reboot its own self and came back up to its kind of auto-saved Last preset, and which is, at the end of the day, unnoticeable. You can't tell other than the name of the preset was called Last. And so it did recover itself quickly as well. So it was pretty momentary, and but everybody kind of jumped on call. It would have been a problem. There was a video that the other moderator didn't have downloaded and so forth. So it would have been a struggle on their part. But other than that,
hey Jeff, I want to go back one point where you were talking about like the host and co-hosting, and if you come in and you reclaim host. One of the things to be aware of is if you have an alternate host and they start your meeting, and then the host who scheduled the meeting joins, they automatically become host, and the person who the alt host does not, they lose their co-host. They don't get demoted to co-host. They lose all of that functionality. So there's been times where I hosted here in the Zoom test kitchen, and Jeff joined later, and because I'm an alt host, I started the meeting with my account, and then when he came in, boom, I was no longer co-host, so I could no longer, let people in or do any of those functions. And sometimes he was coming in not right away on camera. There were a couple times he came in, he was on the road and came in on his phone. So then he became host, and then he would have to go and make me host again or co-host.
Was that previous behavior? Because I think it now.
With alt host
gives me the choice. Like,
oh really? Okay,
when
maybe
you came in, you'll come in because you are an
right.
alternative host.
I came in as co-host.
You come in as a co-host. I don't have to make you
Yep.
that. If I'm not around, you can start the meeting and you'll be host. But then if I show up after, to your point, I believe now it intercepts me on the way in and gives me the choice. Do you want to take host or stay co-host? Which is a great addition. I mean, and it's a fairly new feature as of just maybe within the last 2 months.
I don't make anybody alt hosts
you're on the air
anything.
in show, and you're ready to hit share or whatever, do something that requires privileges, right? Breakout room management, whatever. And I join and take over host. You're screwed. I mean, you have instantly been handcuffed. You lose all your privileges because I came back. I had a producer do that to me. They were the account owner. They wouldn't give up host. She decided that she was gonna leave. I didn't notice it. We were too busy in the show, and she came back. And man, and it was right when I was ready to hit a button, and I was hand tied. And
I've had that happen plenty of times.
I started pinging, and she wouldn't respond either. It's like, at least reply to me so we can get this resolved. It's horrible, but but that feature, as long as people pay attention to the prompt and realize the effect, it's a really good add-on for sure.
Another thing in that same kind of vein is if you're logging in for a client on their credential, try to make sure that they're not going to log in with their credentials as well. Because I've had that where then it kicks me off their account, and then when they join, then they become host, and it's just, it's never.
Yes, that was to my point. Me and my co-moderator were sharing the same credentials.
Yeah.
And our boss, in this case this week, it was Alejandro. I told Alejandro about this, and he says, well, he says, one of you can just go in as an attendee, and the other one can just let you in the waiting room and promote you and so forth. They go, yeah, that makes sense as long as I know they're already in there. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, I'd be apt just to go in as if I'm starting the meeting, you know? And what happened, this was the behavior we experienced. And that is, if let's say I hit a call time first, so I opened it and I'm host. I knew my co-moderator was coming in because I would get the pop-up that says I've been logged out. Now, that didn't mean I was logged out of the meeting. That meant I got logged out of the client, and which didn't actually have any negative effect on my ability to be a host or co-host inside the meeting. But so I'm not quite sure, Ed, maybe you have a little more on this, is like it's I remained host, but I got logged off of the client. Now Talon is saying that it would stop me from being able to launch a poll if I was in that case. And I guess, I mean, I could do that.
Not
So
well to change a poll, maybe
here.
Not to launch a poll, but to change a poll. It would
change edit. Yeah, add a question, edit a question. Yeah.
Because now host and co-host can launch polls.
I have to go to the portal. Yeah. So I'm there. I'm testing this right now. So I can do all that now because I'm a regular host and I'm signed into my client. I'm going to bring up my client dialog on screen, and I'm going to sign out of it as if I.
Oh, that's so crazy. Maybe because I'm an alternate host, I'm able to edit your poll right now.
Yeah, I think co-host. I think there was a feature not too long ago that actually enhanced the co-host privileges on that.
Yeah.
So I'm logged out of the client, and I'm going to go to create a poll, and I still got there. And go.
Yeah,
I can even logged out of the client. I can still get up to. In the meeting, I'm still the host.
Right, because it doesn't take you back to it doesn't take you to your login, to your account login. It's taking you to a different page. That's why you don't have to be logged in as a host. That's where you had to be.
I mean, I initially end up when it takes me to the browser's logged in. It has me on this account, so that's probably why. But it does take me to my meeting, editing the meeting info.
Yeah, Talon. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that's the so much an issue anymore since they changed the polling. It used to be that way, but I don't think it does. One of the things I experience, though, because often when I'm doing these sorts of events, I'm using Zoom OSC. And with Zoom OSC, because it uses the SDK, I can actually be logged into the same credential on
it's kind of like logging in with a mobile device, which gives you flexibility to use the same account, but be on multiple devices at the same time.
Right, but it can still cause the havoc if someone else jumps in, like the client, on the credential that you started the meeting with, and then reclaims host, because now your Zoom OSC can't do all the things you want it to do, like Spotlight, because it got bumped from host to nothing. Yeah. So there's definitely, some considerations if you're using client credentials. You want to make sure that everybody understands, like, hey, if you log in, I'm going to lose, the ability to do things. Or if you start another meeting from that credential, it may kick us off this one. If you don't have an account where you're allowed to have two meetings simultaneously. So those are all really fun things you don't want to find out or have your client do to you in the middle of a production. And that you want to make sure that they're aware of the consequences of doing so and, cover your own, as they say.
Yeah. So So I'm going to go ahead and test this. I haven't ever done this in the test kitchen. I mean, I've done it in the test kitchen unintentionally when Zoom was having freezing issues on my AMD processor, but I'm sharing this so you can see what I'm doing to make this happen. I'm going to literally abruptly end my Zoom task, which means I'm going to drop in an instant, and I'm the host. And I'll say my bet is I'll be back so quickly that I'll still be the host, and you'll see me disappear, but I'll come back. But I don't think I'll lose host if it's as timely as it was in the past. So I'm gonna
Right. So everybody should be watching their participant window.
Yep.
So there he froze. But he's still okay. I saw it drop him for a second there.
I am back. Can you hear me?
Yep.
And I'm still listed as the host.
So really all I saw looking at it was it changed your status of what your microphone and your camera
my
were.
My name never even disappeared?
I don't think so. It didn't look like it to me, no.
Yeah.
What would have happened if you didn't have a co-host?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, well, we can test that. I think believe the same thing will occur. I don't think that's what saved it. I think what's happening right now is all happening within what's called a time to live. That says how long am I going to allow this to occur? Because Zoom knows I'm gone. How long am I going to allow this to occur before I make a decision of who to make host, whether that's a co-host or a participant, before I start going down that decision tree. So we can test it out.
But this is one problem. This is like memory leak or something that your application disappears.
Yeah.
But if your driver freeze on the hardware, you will need to reboot the computer.
Absolutely.
And this can take like a 2 minute,
This is it's a great point. This is an application specific issue, Zoom, that all of a sudden something occurred, whether it's a major graphic conflict, something that caused my Zoom client to blow up, if you will.
And Zoom calls can do that. Oh, sorry, the vMix calls can do that.
Oh, yeah.
You can easily run in the memory leak.
Yep. Yeah, and so when it's an event like that, but like you say, if your machine freezes, I'm not coming back. I mean, Zoom is now in a state where
And what's happening if you don't have a co-host and your machine is basically freezing?
Well, if it freezes, yeah.
Are we out?
Let me think about.
As I remember,
I know what it does, but I want to make sure that whether I should end the stream or if it will continue. This machine is in the meeting, so it's like you. It's gonna see things. So you know what? I don't do this much, but I am actually going to dirty up the screen on the stream so that everybody out there can see the participants and the chat and so forth, so they can see what happens as well. Because without the participants window, it's hard to know what's really actually going on. So, all right, so that's there. I'm going to leave that. I'm going to take Ed out of the mix. He's no longer co-host. There's no co-host. Now, let's just Jeff, believe the explanation that says because there was a co-host, if I leave abruptly or intentionally, if I leave intentionally, it's going to ask me who I want to make the co-host. But if I leave abruptly because there's a co-host, if there's more than one, it will be the first co-host assigned will become the host. Let's just believe that that's true. But now there's no co-host. One, will the meeting die? I'll tell you, it won't. It never has in the past. And then the question is, well, then who will become host? And that should be, by all indications historically, the first arriving attendee to the meeting will be assigned the host. Now,
Right.
there is an option in the back end now in the Zoom portal that says if the host leaves the meeting, send everybody to the waiting room. That's somewhat new. I don't think I have that turned on, but I better go check because that could surprise us as a result. Let me double check. Meetings.
Now, Jeff, there's one other wild card. I believe it will make the first person who joined the
do have
meeting.
that option checked. It says.
But how do you know who is the first person, like right now, from this list?
I don't.
We don't.
I
yeah.
don't. Yeah.
But
if the
I am an
host and
alternate host,
co-host are
so it
not
may
present-
take that into account.
If the host and co-host are not present, or if they lose connection during a meeting, there's a check mark to check. Move participants to the waiting room if the host dropped unexpectedly. This says the feature allows participants to join before the host will be disabled if you turn this on. So I have this turned on right now. So that's going to be, unfortunately, that's going to be the behavior. So with me removing co-host from Ed, and then if I were to unexpectedly drop, now I have a problem testing this because it says it will move all participants. So when my Zoom client recovers like it did a moment ago, I should come back, be the host, and you should all be in the waiting room. That should be that would be the expected behavior. Want to test it?
Yeah, and you'll know because your streamer machine will show it.
It might be the most abruptly ended Zoom Test Kitchen in history that will get recorded, but because I've turned this on because I like this feature in the sense that there are some context of like audience and host that any of those participants should never gain the control of host just because the host had an issue, like to be able to do stuff. So they had to solve that, and this feature came to help resolve those that were terribly uncomfortable keeping a meeting open and giving somebody host control. I would rather them just keep the meeting open as if they all arrived early and nobody was the host, because that's that behavior. If you allow people to show up anytime, even without the host, no, there is no host, and so nobody can spotlight and so forth. But instead they made it a waiting room thing, which is fine. So that is set. I can't undo it and keep the meeting alive. So we're gonna live with the way it's set right now. There's no co-host. I'm going to abruptly disappear again, and I'll come back and see if you guys are all in the waiting room. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, he just froze. It's going to bring him back so fast, we're not going to go to the waiting room.
Yeah, that's what happened. Is it's so doggone quick, it doesn't get to the point of even making that decision. All right, so I could do this with my network cable, but if I do that, then I'm going to screw up the stream too, because the stream is coming through my vMix, and if I pull the network cable, that will kill that. I don't want to go there. But it does. I have to get beyond that time to live value before it makes that decision to move you back. So
So are we almost concluding that if we had a problem with our Zoom session, that we should go into Task Manager and kill it? Because we could recover.
Oh yeah,
quicker.
I mean,
as a first,
depending on the circumstances, but yeah, when a while back when I was painfully experienced, there were 2 Zoom test kitchens that most people didn't know what I was going through. Ed knew for sure, but my Zoom client was freezing, and what I could see video move to a degree, but the participants froze, the chat froze, and then when there were changes, because participants sort order changes like all the time, right? What would happen is the old image would never get refreshed, but the new stuff would look like kind of double rubber stamping because some of the new stuff would get splatted on top of the unrefreshed previous, and so the screen got really ugly. The toolbar became completely non-functional, and so forth. And so while the meeting was going on, I don't know if Ed was covering. I don't remember all the circumstances. I would write somebody and say, "Hey, I'm going to drop and come back." And so I would go to the task manager. I'd kill my Zoom client and come right back in, and kind of no one knew. I came back in as a host. It was not an issue. And it would refresh my client to be working for a little while, but it only lasted so long. But it was kind of my survival feature. What was really strange about the whole problem is I couldn't even end the meeting because my toolbars and buttons were functionless. But if I simply said goodbye to everybody and people started leaving, it would get better. I'm like, oh, I was so frustrated because it like it regained its health. I'm like, wow, that's super, super frustrating. And they never got, that ticket was in Zoom for, I don't know, at least 3 months, maybe 4. And every once in a while they'd tag me with an update or this, that, but they were non-useful updates. Then they became questions that I submitted the ticket with originally, and it just got nowhere. But it went away. It happened the week before they did a release, and they knew there was a problem with AMD processors. And I have an AMD processor. I'm like, great, I'll apply this update. I applied the update, thought, well, that was a one-timer, bad experience. Let's move forward. Went to the next Zoom test kitchen with that update applied. It did it again. I'm like, oh. So I don't know to this day whether it was the processor, but they got something fixed along the way that eventually I never saw that behavior again. But it was really frustrating. It was bad.
This recovery process, it's the same on Mac, or it's just a PC specific?
I don't know. I haven't tested what I've like task manager abruptly ending and so forth. I don't know. I would suspect it would try to do the same thing, but I actually don't know the answer to that. I have a Mac next to me. I've just never tested it on it.
So, when Jeff, what I'm going to do, because you were the host, I'm going to actually do the same thing and task here and see if it maintains me in the meeting not being host or co-host or anything, because I don't know that I've tested that. Yeah, so I'm gonna.
If you join normally, you would come in as co-host. So let's see how it rejoins you.
Yeah, let's see. I'm gonna go in 3, 2, 1.
So he's frozen. His name remains. His name dropped. His picture dropped.
Yeah, that like completely closed the client. I'm back, obviously, but it did not bring me back in as a co-host now.
Mm-mm. Yeah, so it never lost your current status before you dropped.
Right, but it did drop out my video for you guys.
Yeah, we lost one of your names really momentarily and your video, but then you came back quick.
Interesting.
I think that behavior of sensing it and going in a non-interactive mode to try to recover is pretty impressive, quite honestly. But
so just Ed, were you a co-host when you killed the process?
No, just now I was nothing.
If you are a co-host and he kills the process, I'm wondering if he comes back as a co-host.
Yeah, let's see. I'll do the same thing.
Thank you.
Let's see. Where's Zoom? There we go. All right, in 3, 2, 1. Oh, sorry, it didn't. Or did it? Did it do it that fast? Yeah, I didn't think so.
You didn't look like you ever dropped.
Yeah, it didn't look like it either. So, all right, let me try again. 3, 2, 1.
frozen.
Keeps lost frame like NDI.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not dropping the video this time. Last time it dropped the video momentarily. Still frame. Name still
Maybe
there.
this is a bad sign. He's not recovering as quick.
I know. I was going to say, I was gonna say, eventually this has got to time out, and he's gonna be dropped like a bad habit. It's not
What
dropping
system
him,
he
but he's
what
not
system
coming
he
back.
has? He's on the Mac or PC?
I think he's on. I think he's on PCs. Yeah. So he timed out now. So he's gone.
He's in here though. His name.
No, he was in twice.
Okay.
The other account is the one that dropped, and Zoom eventually gave up on waiting for him and said, "Hey, you're gone." So he's out of here. When he finally gets back,
He's sending message down.
didn't come back. It just ended. But yeah, now naturally he'll come in as co-host because it was a clean arrival. Okay. That one
that was weird.
Go as smooth. So did it drop when you ended the process, or did it not drop, or it dropped and just didn't
It
act
just
the same?
totally dropped that time.
It dropped, but didn't try to auto recover, huh?
No, not at all.
I wonder what was different.
And now, actually, I have 2 different instances of Zoom meetings in my task manager.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that because I do as well. I always do. So when I have Zoom listed, there's a Zoom icon one called Zoom Meetings, and then there's a non-Zoom icon that says Zoom Sharing Host.
Interesting.
Now, do
So-
you see Zoom Sharing Host?
No, I don't. But what I see, I have a Zoom meetings that under it has 3 things: Zoom meeting, 3 windows: Zoom meeting, Zoom, and participants, because I have the participants window open. And then I have a Zoom meetings with 9 things open, 2 of which say Zoom, and the rest say Microsoft Edge Web 2. But I'm not.
I've seen that before too. I was always bewildered. Where in the world did Edge come from?
Yeah.
I've got the similar thing in my task manager. The Edge web view.
I don't know why
that's
mine
interesting.
mine has cleaned up.
And I'm not logged in.
From
I mean, I never
that.
use Edge anyway. Like, that's just, I mean, it's insulting that my task manager thinks I'm using Edge. But I'm not even logged in on this machine to the Zoom portal. So it's very interesting that that's showing up.
So what's interesting is I just killed the process, the web view process, because I don't use Edge either, and I can't tell any difference, provided you
Right.
hear me.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, very interesting. Now, the account that I'm on does allow for me to be in more than one meeting at once. So I wonder if I'm seeing two different instances, because even though it didn't bring me back to this meeting, it's actually launching me as if I'm in a second meeting. Because that's the only other time I've ever seen that is when I've done or seen 2 instances in Task Manager, or I guess I should say only time I've ever noticed it is when I've been in 2 meetings on the same machine from this particular account.
Yeah, I've seen multiple instances, and I can't say I hardly ever do multiple meetings under the same account.
Okay,
Yeah, I think the only time I ever do it, Jeff, is when we used to test it. When those 3 in the morning nights of us trying to figure out stupid resolutions and things like that, where we were like feeding meetings into meetings. It was like Inception. But this is pretty interesting behavior. Weird that it did it the one time.
So I'm on a Windows 10 machine, and now that I killed that process, if I look in my task, in my toolbar, usually you've got the Zoom icon that you can get to the settings. It's gone.
I'm gonna reset my streaming laptop, the one I capture from, but I'm gonna share. I've only ever had it. I'm gonna. Oh, I can't do it while I'm sharing. I hate that single monitor mode. I was gonna share it, which I am, so you could see what I do to fix it. Maybe I can simulate it better on my main machine. So where it's all one window, participants is attached, chat's attached, right? That's a fairly common experience. A lot of people don't do it, but I'm sure many of us do. Is right. You can pop out any of the windows that you want. And you can make them floaters, right? And so now you have floating chat, floating participants, and so forth. So I'm going to close those, and I'm going to click on participants, and it remembers the last mode it was in. But I can put it back by saying merge to meeting window, and I can do the same thing with chat and put it back, merge to meeting window. The reason I'm going through all this is on my capturing laptop, the way I can produce the cleanest screen is to go to like speaker view, right? So now Ed's big, but I see Ed. You guys probably see me, right? Because I'm speaking. But here, let's spotlight.
Well, you're sharing, so
yeah, that's true too.
I'm looking at it on dual monitor mode, so I see both.
But there's the thumbnails. I say, oh, I want to turn off participants in chat. You don't really have to. Just you can even leave those back on. The magic is to start by making the screen full screen by either telling to maximize it or I just double click the title bar, makes it full screen. So at that point, now I have a floating gallery. So I can pull that off to another monitor. I can pop up the participants window, and I pull that off to another monitor. Just leave it open, but pull it off. If I want captioning, otherwise I can just turn that off, which I will turn that off. I'll bring up chat, and now notice that they're natural floating windows, not because they were before, because I had them attached. It's because I'm full screen on the Zoom window. That's why they're coming up as floating windows. I pull that off to another screen, and then I also do this. I pull up settings. So this dialog, I put it on the general tab simply to bounce this one. Always show meeting controls. Every once in a while, a meeting controller toolbar will show up, and I don't know why, or maybe I'm the one who bounced the mouse or something to cause it. I just want quick access to this particular checkbox, but I also want it to be available to me as well. If I need to make a video change or microphone change or a volume change or things like that, I have it, and I don't have to come interrupt the screen to cause a toolbar to pop up and so forth. And now I'm sharing it, so it's not quite right. This toolbar up here wouldn't be there, and my mouse would be off, but you get a nice, I'm a full screen, and it's actually really clean, and I can move. Can you see this toolbar up top?
Yep.
So I'm gonna, for the sake of, I can drag that off as well, and so that's gone. That's a super clean, full screen version to capture from, and then the options. If I were to pull this back on for visibility, under is it chat? Or the pop-ups and stuff. You got chat settings of what to show. You have show notification banner on screen until dismissed. I'd probably uncheck that one. I know I have it unchecked on the other one. Show message preview. I said uncheck this for privacy. That's that would definitely be one I would uncheck. And then notifications. You can say none there. It just several of these check boxes quiet your screen down, and then there's one more that I recall was made things really quiet, but I can't remember which one it was. But anyways, you want to just try to get rid of pop-ups. The one pop-up that I cannot figure out a way not to do is if I disable auto transcription. It's off, and maybe we don't even say, maybe we all agree, hey, this meeting doesn't need it. But if it's enabled, like on the back end, like the capability is present, then any participant can request it. And so, I get requests often actually these days that there's a, it doesn't say who, it just says there's a participant requesting closed captioning, and so I can respond to that. So why don't one of you do that? There we go. So you can see that in my share now, right? So it pops up, and so I can go ahead and say enable, and then the other pop up, I can see it on my other laptop, is it says live transcription closed captioning has been enabled. Who can see this transcript? Well, I'll say everybody on the freaking stream that I'm streaming right now, because it pops up and I don't know how to get rid of it off of my capture machine. And so that's, that's one in particular that I haven't been able to.
Oh, your capture machine doesn't have just a little X next to it? Because mine, mine popped up.
No, I can close it, but my thing is to avoid it coming up on the screen there at all. Yeah, that's my only point. So real quick while it's here, so you can see on Ed's forehead, you can move the captions. You know these things you might already know, but you can size the captions as well. But you can definitely move and get them out of the way. I can move them to my other monitor right now. When it's full screen, I believe that's a difference maker. When it's full screen, I can move it all the way off onto another monitor. I believe if I come out of full screen mode and I try to do that again, I think
only on Mac though.
Is that just Mac? Well, this is PC, and I can go out anywhere.
Really?
I used to feel like I'm bound top to bottom, but I'm not bound side to side. Interesting.
It must be something specific.
Yeah,
it must be something specific to your graphics card, because I'm on a Windows and I can't get it. I can't move it off.
I used to be bound. I wonder. Let me stop sharing and see. Something's. Yep. Once I stopped sharing, that's why. So while I'm sharing, it lets me get it out of the way, but then once I stop sharing, then I've got left, right, top, bottom boundaries. Okay, interesting. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. That's interesting. Very interesting.
Stuff.
Yeah. Man, it's these very subtle behaviors that Zoom has that can absolutely drive you crazy, but make you completely invaluable to your clients.
It does. When a producer or a client, whether it's pre-sales and you're trying to keep everybody within the boundaries of possibilities, simple stuff. They go, oh yeah, we're going to, I get hired on a job and the producer says, yeah. And at this point they want to do Q&A. I said, well, good luck, because Q&A is not supported in a Zoom meeting, and you've told me it's a Zoom meeting, right? It's those kinds of boundaries that you would have, you wish were, kind of taken care of early in the sales game, because now when you come into a job, now you look like the loser because you haven't delivered on the expectations that have already been set by sales, and that gets to be tough. Now, if that isn't the case, then, when they ask, you can say you can do this, but you can't do that, and so forth. I will say we used Slido in full force this week for one of the particular sessions with the C-levels, and they want to do a quiz and this and that, and it was pretty kick butt. It was the first time we really kind of leveraged it, and we showed the QR code and put a link in chat, and 55 to 60% of the participants, you can see them log in and join the Slido, and then you keep the one screen shared, and it shows them the questions, it shows them voting, it shows the correct answer. It can be coupled with an image as well. And then when you get to the bottom, you can show it anytime you want, but especially when you get to the end of the quiz, you can end it with the leaderboard and who won. And that is who got, if it was a quiz, could just be a poll, but you're muted. But if it was a quiz with a known right answer, then it determines the winners. It just shows it as leaderboards, but it shows their name. And we had to on the fly bring Slido into the picture because they had the quiz all built out in the advanced polls and quizzes in Zoom, which is a new thing. But Zoom will not expose who got what right and what wrong, period. In any report on any screen, it won't do it. It will only let the individual taking the quiz know whether they got a right or wrong answer. And they're the only ones who will ever know. Slido said, Ed Willick, you're the winner, and everybody knows it's a word cloud when people are joining. So everybody sees all the names, which is a good motivator. But it's also potentially the reason why the other 40% didn't join, because they didn't want their name exposed, potentially, or they walked away from their computer, whatever the case may be. But the leaderboard is, who got what right, the most right versus wrong. If you have a tie, then it naturally behind the scenes, it doesn't make note of all this, but then it does it based on time. Okay, so you're tied at 10:10. Who did it faster? And then the fastest one will be the winner. And so it's quite cool, and it was really easy to run through and drive through and so forth, and the customer was super happy. And that was total pull it out of your pants. It's like, I mean, I'm not there to produce a Slido license, but the production company had it. They gave me a login, boom, 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 it was done. So it's like right on. But it's the first time I really dug into kind of the whole workflow, and I was really actually pretty impressed by it.
So were the questions embedded in like into the slides, or did you just share they have a web view? I've got a Slido account, so I do a lot of it when I stream, integrating it that way, but I've never used it within a Zoom session.
It's still available here.
So I find this interesting. I'm just thinking about how I might use it.
Give me a second. I don't know if they've killed my account to it or not, but I'll give it a shot.
Hey everybody, I just got it while Jeff's looking for that. I got to run. I have some tacos waiting for me upstairs. So
sounds good.
I hope you
priorities.
Yeah. So I hope all you guys have a great weekend, and I'll hopefully try to be here again next week. But if not, happy Zooming.
Thank you. Thanks, Ed.
Yeah, this is actually still, he hasn't killed the account he gave me, so I'm going to present I'm going to keep this tab open. I'm going to tell it to present so here, I'll show you what I'm doing. I'll have to chase some screens here, but I have Slido opened and logged into this particular quiz that's been built, right? I could create a new one, but it's already created. So I'm going to jump into this. This is my admin panel. And so I'm going to go to present in a new tab. Now I'm going to pull this. I want to see both. I want to see both. So I'm going to pull this to another monitor and full screen it. So I have my admin panel over here, and I have my shareable screen tabbed version over there. And so I'm going to, on my PC, I'm actually going to hit F11. So it takes all the tab and everything out of it. Now I'm going to share that screen instead. So this is what the audience gets to see. Now, this is all, this is complete. I'll reset this. But now on this side of me, I'm the admin behind the scenes. On this side of me, I get to share to everybody in the audience what they're doing. So let me duplicate this. I don't know if anybody needs it, but just in case, I'm going to duplicate it so that I don't screw it up for anybody. And I'm going to run this one. I'm going to run the duplicate version. So you're seeing what I'm sharing with you. This is what the audience sees. The QR code, you're welcome to join this. Pick up your phone and scan that QR code with your camera, and click on the little pop-up that occurs, and it'll take you to the quiz. And then this is the setup. Now we also pasted a link into the chat so people could do it on their computer versus their mobile device. But we'll just do mobile today. And when it'll just say, hey, join, put in your name, right? When you put in your name and click on join, watch the share, and you'll see that it'll show people joining the quiz on the fly. Bill is in. Kirsten is in. I don't know. Pete, are you trying? No, he heard his name. Okay. Yeah, so I'll wait for Amur. Are you trying to get in there, Amur?
Yeah, I put the 3T.
Oh, okay. All right. So we've got 3 people who have joined. So it's a
Four.
word cloud while people join. That's their experience. And I can either on the share, the admin, I can drive it from here. You can see that toolbar, right? I can drive it from there, or I can prefer to stay hidden, which is more my style, is not to pop stuff up and so forth. I can go ahead and start the quiz. So here we go. Oh. And these questions, you can see on the top left, this is the first of 12 questions. 0 of 5 people have responded. You can pick an answer, whatever you want. We have you can add a timer to each individual question, and so we applied in this case 40 seconds per question. And at the end of 40 seconds, it'll automatically move itself to the feedback. See where that is? And so it says 40% chose number 1, 40% chose number 2, and 20% chose number 4. And then on my back end screen, I can click on correct answer. So now everybody sees that. And then we move on to the next question. And that, I mean, that's the experience. And everything you're seeing on the share, change, and update is also happening on your mobile devices automatically in the whole bit. Yeah, Talon, I'm looking at your note. The integration is over. Yeah, they don't have. I searched for a Zoom app as well to see if they've
The
gotten
reason
that yet,
is
but they don't.
Slido was
It's owned
purchased.
by WebEx. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And I don't know if that's, why it will never be, or I don't know. I mean, I'd go, well, still it would be a revenue source for them, but anyways, but even in the share method here, it's a pretty doggone cool thing. And so I'm just going to drive to the end. If I got to the end, I'm just going to jump there to the leaderboard because I popped that up. Then boom, that's the last one, and it shows who won and the whole bit. And so it's quite cool, pretty rich, pretty interactive. Gets people off their seats a little bit, and and I'll tell you, it I have talked about, Slido for a long time, and this was really the first time that I had a real, if you will, a real reason to get familiar with it, to really guarantee a smooth delivery for a customer, and so there was a learning curve, and I'm telling you, I had it between having the admin panel in front of me and then watching one short YouTube, like 8 minutes of YouTube video for an example. And then I practiced it with my other moderator to make sure they put themselves in my concern was not the audience. My concern was the customer. Can they narrate their way through this and not be the admin? And that was our target, and we got that achieved. So, I probably spent 30 to 40 minutes tops, kind of learning, prepping, practicing, and then we had a quick Slido only second rehearsal, but it was Slido only, just to make sure they felt comfortable with it, and they were totally cool with that, and away we went. So I'm pretty much sold on on it working really well and easy to manage. And multiple screens is a biggie for me. I mean, I like having both sides there, back end and front end. So the front end that's being shared to the audience is absolutely non-impeded with anything else except the output. But anyways, good stuff.
It's a nice app. It can be, when I've used it, I've had like 20 different presenters embedding it in their PowerPoint presentations
Yeah.
so that it kind of flows. And so it's like a hybrid event, not purely digital. And that gets a little more complicated because of rights issues and
Yeah.
getting people set up and managing it. But I got to say, it's a great app, and I think it is going to be what makes a hybrid event feel like a digital first event,
Yeah.
for the online audience.
Yeah, and we had I've obviously hesitated. I'd have to kill the stream before I were to do it, but is some real, it was customer uploaded to us a playlist of music, and we knew we weren't going to be streaming, so it was safe to play inside of a private meeting inside of Zoom and so forth. But I mean, if I were to hit it, here, it would kill my streams in a heartbeat. But needless to say, yeah, some real upbeat, cheery, very relatable music, and that was actually what we just showed in Slido was a really old-fashioned example, if you will, of a quiz. But there's templates in here as well that an icebreaker, which is a word cloud, turn numbers into fun, and there's different styles. I guess if I go in and edit the one that I've got, it'll show me the types.
And see, we use those icebreakers and kind of word clouds to get people logged in and showed it up on the screen so they can start, interacting and having fun. And then we used it for Q&A throughout the event. But you got to get them over the initial inertia of having to open up another device and get logged in. Once they do it once, though, it's easy.
Yeah. So yeah, creating a new one, you can choose multiple choice, a word cloud, a quiz, a rating, open text, or a ranking, and so there's word clouds are great, and they're very popular, and Kristen says she uses Mentimeter. There's a really popular word cloud driver out there too. I can't remember the name of that app. Oh yeah, yeah. But teachers know these things more than I do because they use them with their students a lot. But just being able to provide. I tell you, those who are out selling the jobs and convincing the customers they're the right production company and this and that or event company, are the ones who are showing the tools as well, the interactive tools, and the moments of being able to slide into music with a word, like when we did this quiz. I don't have the right preset open right now. Let's see if I can quickly enough find. I don't know where remember where I stored the music file, but I had we did an award ceremony, and so having an applause track. I don't know. It probably was not on the Zoom. Striker applause. Yeah, here we go. So after they handed out an award for top salesperson, an applause, and that was with a fade at the beginning and end as well. But then there was where did I put that? It probably ended up under my YouTube free stuff. That's where it came from. but they were two tracks that sounded game show like. And so when we launched the question, they read the question to the audience and then they went silent. Then I would bring up this kind of game tray. It wasn't Jeopardy, but something like that. It was just a game show sounding thing, and then we'd down it, and they'd move on, and just having something that this was a managed Zoom meeting, but it was as close to being produced without being a produced Zoom meeting as it could be, with the music and the quizzes and so forth. And just it definitely makes a big difference.
And you did this within a meeting versus a webinar.
It was a meeting, and the fact of the matter is it didn't have to be a meeting, because they did take questions from chat, but they never had anybody anybody unplanned come on camera, and or even unmute their mic. So it could have very easily been a webinar. Andre, you got your hand up.
Yes, hello. You mentioned earlier using Internet Clicker. I used it once or twice before and experienced some network issues on the customer side. So the customers from some official state government buildings couldn't come into Internet Clicker because of some port issues. Did you experience this also,
No.
or?
No, I've actually never experienced that, because it's just a web domain. Whether it's a mobile device, tablet, or computer desktop, they just go to internetclicker.com and.
Okay, so I have to check this. Maybe it was something wrong on my side.
Yeah, Andre, I use Internet Clicker too. I have had some clients have issues, and sometimes I'm convinced it's not that it's not working, it's that it's delayed, which is going to be internet connectivity issues.
Here's the other thing, for sure. If they spoke for several minutes on a slide, when they come back to their phone or tablet for Internet Clicker, I can promise you, the first time they touch it, they don't really see it, but it says attempting to reconnect to server, because it lost its connectivity because it went to sleep. And so I always suggest, not that they can always do it, but I always suggest, in the top right corner of their Internet Clicker is a little gear, and it says, I don't remember what it says, but it's do not sleep. Basically, it says do not disconnect, do not sleep. But if they turn that on, the only way it's actually going to work is if their device is plugged into a power supply. And so then that switch is on and it's plugged in. It will stay on screen. It will never go away, and it won't lose its connection. That's the surest way to have a nice solid connection. Now, the other thing, this lends itself to.
Hey Jeff, is it okay if I share a screen?
Yeah, let me make sure.
I can do it. I just didn't want
to
do it without shocking you. So I'm basically sharing a doc that I give to our folks that say exactly what Jeff was saying. Keep the screen awake.
Yeah, but it does require power to do it. Like you can flip the switch, but that's an illusion feature at that point unless it's plugged in. It won't work.
Really?
But it still lets you flip it. Yeah. That's been my experience, is you can flip it, but it still disconnects. But if you flip it to turn it on and power it up, then it won't disconnect any longer. I'm not quite sure why they don't come out and say that. But
so my workaround, because it's real, and when someone's presenting live and they have that delay, there's a bit of panic, is that when it's local, so basically I'm sharing that screen off of a dedicated laptop, so I can manually just hit the forward arrow key. I'm usually dealing with PowerPoint, so just hit the forward arrow key. When it's in the cloud, I have remote access to that, so I could manually advance it So in essence, I have a fallback that I control, and I tell them if things fail, just say next slide, please. It's not elegant, but that's a cue for me to advance it.
Okay, so
'Cause it's
good to know
happened.
that. Good to know that you have like a reliable experience with it. So I will
So,
check it
Bill,
again.
do you use it on a Windows machine? Do you? I've never plugged in the Windows install for Internet Clicker. I've only ever plugged in the PowerPoint plugin for Internet Clicker. So I use it completely embedded in my PowerPoint. So anytime I open a slide deck, it's just on a menu choice Internet Clicker and I connect. But I've never used the Windows version of
Well,
it.
that's how I'm using it. I'm using it as
How?
a PowerPoint plugin.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, sometimes I'm on a Windows and it is PowerPoint. My experience is I haven't tried to use it.
I was just going to ask because
I
I
used
haven't used it. I think it was my co-moderator who I think she installed the Mac install for it because she couldn't see anything in the menu of PowerPoint. And I'm like, okay, so she got it to work and it worked just fine, but I had never used it that way. But it seemed to ended up working just fine for her. So it was good to go. So yeah, it's super convenient though. I mean, like I just connected up and ready to roll. So
so
the
maybe
other thing though is there is now so I'm going to bring up I'm going to launch a presentation here locally. I'm full screen and now I'm going to share it in Zoom and I'm going to share. You can see the share.
yes.
I'm going to kill those closed captions. And now, if you wanted to, connect to Internet Clicker, you can. This is ready to support that. You want to go to internetclicker.com and type in just four odd numbers followed by 4 even numbers. So it's 1 3 5 7 2 4 6 8, and that'll connect you to this shared presentation.
That's funny. How can you do this like a code? Because I thought you have to have a special number or a code that you share. You said we can
I
use
just
a
gave you the
combination.
code that I shared. Yeah. So I have a host key that because I pay for the license, right? So that's my host key that I provide inside of PowerPoint. But I also then have a code that I can create. It can be anything. So I told it, hey, PowerPoint, the code is 135724668. And then I tell it to
Yes.
connect to Internet Clicker servers. It's connected, and then I can tell you that code 135724668.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, someone has it for sure.
I
It's
do.
some
I'm
embedded
sorry.
video. That's okay. And so, yeah, that's pretty straightforward. But my other point is, let me go to Bill first. I've shared this presentation, right? Now in my toolbar in Zoom, now this requires a fairly new version. We can go back and check what number, but they have added presentation control inside of Zoom, not remote control, presentation control. Remote control was a bunch of crap because it was like a battle of the mouse. You're using it, I'm using it. You're using it. I mean, it was literally like remote, control of my computer. That went nowhere with me. But now there's presentation control. So when I share a PowerPoint, Keynote, or Google Slides in presentation mode, not application mode where you can see the tools and thumbnails, but the presentation mode, I then in my share toolbar, I have a button that shows up. This the indicator is you have the right version or newer in Zoom. I have a button that shows up called slide control. Let me see if I can.
So
Can
Jeff,
you
I'm
see
just going to
that on top of
clarify.
the slide share right now? Oh, it just. Well, can you see the toolbar on the slide share?
Yes.
Yes.
See this one? Slide control.
Yes. Slide control.
That's the new one. So I'm in that won't show up until I am in presentation mode of your presentation program. So in my case, PowerPoint. Once I click on slide control, see, it lists everybody that I can give control to. So Amr, Andre, Bill is up top. And now I can stop it. I can change it. Now, you guys, if you are on a current enough version on your side, on the bottom left corner, you'll see a left arrow and a right arrow to drive the slides. And I'll tell you right now, my mouse cursor just set focus to vMix on my computer, but you're still able to drive that. I don't have to, I'm not responsible for having focus on that presentation for you to be able to advance the slides and so forth as well. And guess what? It's free. It's built into Zoom. Now, here's the benefit of Internet Clicker, I think, is a big green button and a big red button, and it's even bigger on a tablet and even bigger on a screen. That's a major benefit. It's like they can do it in the blind. So comparatively speaking, this is a small, on the bottom left corner, it's a small right arrow, left arrow. Here's my encouragement. I just told all my presenters this, and because I told them if we have to go to a backup, this is what we'll go to. Click on the right arrow once. Now, do the rest of your presentation while you either bounce on the right arrow on your keyboard or even the biggest key, the space bar, and that will continue to advance it as well. That makes it super convenient, unless their keyboard's really noisy.
And this works on the mobile and the iPad as well, or not?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know the answer.
So-
If
so
somebody
I have-
has a tablet or mobile, you can give it a try, but I don't know. Let me look things
I've
up
got
and
one
see.
comment on this,
Yep.
in that I haven't figured out how to get rid of, you see how on your slide share it shows the toolbar down at the bottom? Because I ended up having to set up a laptop with a second
the
monitor.
toolbar right now on the bottom left.
No, it's gone. I see that. It's gone. All right.
Well, I can see it on my end.
No,
and
okay,
keep
so
in mind
you-
there's a big difference between sharing your screen and sharing the full screen presentation. That's an application. So when I share, there's so many tricks on this one that I could extend this conversation into, because we've tested this presentation control a few weeks ago in the kitchen, and we found out that some people will say, I even saw a thread the other night, oh, just launch your PowerPoint, go into slideshow setup and launch your PowerPoint in window mode. You can do that in Keynote, you can do that in PowerPoint. I'll tell you, if you plan on using presentation control built into Zoom, you will not be using window mode in PowerPoint or Keynote, because it won't work together. Zoom does not recognize that it's a presentation until it's in full screen presentation mode, period. And it won't, and we tested it, it won't recognize it while it's in window mode. And so we had to turn those off. We tested it like 3 different times and none of them worked. So it has to be in full screen mode. It does recognize that it's a presentation, whether you share, let's say, screen monitor 2, or when you put PowerPoint in presentation mode, like the F5 function key just goes snap big screen. I always share the PowerPoint full screen presentation, not the screen that it's showing on. So don't share the monitor, share the presentation. The reason I do that, and you say, well, there's just too many other things that can go funky wrong. But
Jeff, one question. So you have one dedicated monitor where you have the PowerPoint full screen on?
Yeah, so normally I have right now, I'm running PowerPoint on my vMix and Zoom machine. I don't ever do that in production. I run my PowerPoints on a separate computer that's over on the side that has one external monitor as well. I will open. I always want my secondary computer is a PC laptop with an external monitor as well, and I always want my laptop screen to be available for me to do whatever I need to do whenever I need to do it. So when I open PowerPoint, I put it up on the external monitor, and then I will hit F5. I go slideshow settings, make sure that it's going to display on the monitor too, and that it's going to not put it in presentation mode. It's just going to be a full screen presentation. So when I hit F5, the presentation opens full screen right on top of what just a second ago was PowerPoint, right? So now I have two applications from PowerPoint that are shareable: the full screen presentation or the PowerPoint application with the thumbnails and the editable window. Both of their same application, but they're two applications, and I always share the full screen mode. Now, here's the real reason why I've just made that a habit. If I haven't had time, and it's, sometimes my own fault, sometimes it's the customer's fault because they keep sending updates too late, that I can't merge it all in together into a master presentation deck, I will open 2 or 3 or 4 presentations. I'll open this one, I'll open this one, I'll open this one, I'll open this one. 4 PowerPoint presentations, 4 working editable windows. So then I go, number 1, F5, Alt Tab to the second one, F5, Alt Tab to the third one, F5, Alt Tab to the fourth one, F5. So now I have 4 PowerPoint presentation editable applications, 4 presentation modes of each one of those because I hit F5 to go into presentation mode. Now I can go to the share button in Zoom and I can share hitting click the first one, shift click the second one, shift click the third one, shift click the fourth one, and share all 4 of them at the same time. 1 is up there, Alt Tab, instantly on 2, Alt Tab, instantly on 3, Alt Tab, instantly on 4. And I think that's like, you don't have to fumble. It's already shared, but nobody knows it because you haven't Alt Tab to it yet. They don't see the Alt Tab. Yeah, that happens on your other monitor, and it works. If you really are familiar with the process, it works flawlessly. If it's a brand new process to you, because it really takes some really good Windows knowledge, it's some pretty darn good PowerPoint knowledge, and some advanced Zoom share multi-app knowledge, right? But if you combine those 3 together, you're set at the beginning of the show, and you can switch from full screen presentation to the next one, to the next one, to the next one, and have no interruptions along the way.
And this is all showing as one share, actually.
It's just it's a
within
share that
Zoom.
started that never ended until all 4 decks were run through, but nobody out there felt any change of decks.
And if you had your decks in the wrong order, you'd simply pause the share, tab to the right one you wanted, and unpause
Well, but
it.
you can Alt Tab. You can hold your Alt key down and tab till you're on the right one. And
Oh,
then
that's
release
right.
it,
Because
and
each
then
one's
and
going
then
to show
it opens.
separate.
Exactly.
That's a beautiful.
That's a very good tip.
It's really it's good. It's truly what I'd call the advanced category of kind of tips and tricks.
Jeff, that paid for the ticket, the ticket I bought for admission
To come
this
here
week's
today,
event.
it was worth that $25.
But Jeff,
Yeah.
that means this habit you do when you are in a meeting and do screen shares. You don't do this when you are composing like a picture and send it into a webinar or something, right? It's a behavior
you
of
can do
of
multi. So here. I'm going to set this up. I'm going to have I'm going to have 2 decks and a graphic that I want to share, but they're going to be 3 separate assets, file assets. Okay, now give me just a second. I've got here's awards. I have a presentation called opening plenary, another one called awards presentation, and then let me just go find a picture file. I'll do like Sam's graphic that I made today for the kitchen. Here we go. Here's the 1080 graphic of Sam's invite today. And that's going to come over here. Okay. So on my screen, I'll just try to share my setup on this. So on my screen, I have this Sam graphic. This is a 1080 graphic. When it goes full screen, it'll be 1080. I think I can do Control F. Nope. Full screen. View actual size, but that's not going to go full screen. I don't know if it will or not. Let's see.
Is it
That one?
F11?
There we go.
Or function F11?
That one goes full. Yeah, just yeah, that's a browser shortcut. Let's give it a try. This is just their picture editor, but let's see. F11. Yeah. They did use the F11 on that. So that's kind of like my last move when I'm kind of ready, right? So I've got this. So I'm gonna make things work for me. Here's the first presentation. Here's the second one. And I'm going to pull that down so I can see there's that and that. Oh, let me get the picture out here. And then here's the picture of the Sam invite. So see, you can see three clearly distinct assets, right? So I'm going to highlight this one, which is called this is the plenary. I'm going to hit F5. This is getting it ready, right? I'm going to Alt-Tab, which you can't see, but on my other monitor, I see all the applications are open. It shows me the one I just full screened. It shows me the working copy of PowerPoint for that deck. I'm going to go to the other deck that's not in presentation mode. See, now it came to the front of the screen. I'm going to hit F5 on that one. Now it's, I don't think I can pull this over. No, it's not movable. So now I have two workable PowerPoint applications. I also have a presentation view from each of those. Now the last one I want a full screen is Sam. There's Sam in the front. We identified that F11 will give us full screen mode of that. So now when I Alt-Tab, I want to go through this one time so that I pick the first one and then I Alt-Tab to the second one and the third one. But when I do it the very first time, I might have to go find number 2 and find number 3 with multiple while I'm holding the Alt-Tab, tab, 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 right? But then when I come back, then it will be a Alt-Tab to number 2, Alt-Tab to number 3. It will be in the perfect order. I wish I could show you the screen, but I can't without a little bit of work here. So I'm going to say awards is number 1. The plenary is going to be number 2. So here's awards. Awards is up, right? Agreed. Now I'm going to go do full screen plenary. That's plenary. And then we'll end on the Sam graphic there. So those were pretty spread out in my Alt-Tab window, but now they're not. They're in perfect order. So when I go awards, now that's my first one. I'm ready for the customer. All I have to do is make it happen. And I just Alt-Tab to number 2. I Alt-Tab to number 3. And I'm not managing shares anymore. I've shared all 3 full versions, and I can just Alt-Tab between those things. That could be a movie player. That can be a graphic displayer. That can be a PowerPoint. It can be anything. Like it can, earlier when I did the multi-share, I had like Photoshop open, Premiere open, just to jump between like these tutorial apps and so forth as well. So that I hope that's kind of cool.
It's very, very, very
I
good
think
tip.
it's incredibly powerful.
Yeah.
You save.
And do you have, sorry, do you have PowerPoint in presentation mode or in presenter mode, or do you have like the full screen and the editable PowerPoint tablets table?
I could. So because I'm on this machine, I have vMix on one monitor, Zoom, the Zoom hosted meeting on my second monitor, and then these PowerPoints are on this monitor. But if I don't ever share PowerPoint off this computer except today in the kitchen, but in real life I would do it over on this other laptop that has one external monitor. I always like my laptop monitor to be functional for anything I might need, so I don't do this, but I could easily have the PowerPoints down on the laptop monitor, the workable interface with the presentations up top. But the temptation that happens is that they don't work together. Like you would think, and maybe I just haven't figured it out, you would think that you could, in fact, go into like, presentation mode or whatnot, or the presenter mode so that you have the next slide and so forth, that you could be down here and drive it with your mouse while it's changing up here for the world. I haven't figured out how to do that. I don't think they work together very well, and that's why they put that little toolbar down here in the presented slide. And it's like, I don't know. I mean, I think you should be able to. Yeah, I should be able to on this monitor drive the slides and move them forward, move them back, and have it doing it up there on that monitor, like the presenter controls we were just playing with even. But I haven't. I mean, it may be doable, but I haven't figured it out yet. And it just means it's not beyond me. It's just beyond my time that I've given it. But the answer to your question is, yeah, you could. You're going to have the PowerPoint over here and the presentation over there. But believe it or not, I'm doing everything through this share. I mean, I can bounce through that just as easily. I can go to PowerPoint. I can go to the other functional PowerPoint because they're all there in one monitor. And it's just the power of the alt tabbing of being able to with confidence switch between the applications, right? And
So Jeff, are you doing any productions where you're using vMix to pull presenters in from one machine and pushing out to a webinar or streaming it?
yeah, at times, yeah. I mean,
I'm just curious.
I do it more with vMix Call, which makes it a lot simpler, but
Okay.
than I am with Zoom. But I've done it with Zoom as well. So they can come in, they'll join a separate Zoom meeting, and then I'll pull them into vMix and then integrate them. But that kind of has to be a produced show, right? Like
Definitely.
nobody's in that Zoom meeting with the audience to be with each other. They're in the theater watching what's being displayed, right? And so the separate Zoom meeting is more of a green room. And then where the audience is more of a theater. I call it a theater, not a conference room. Not meant to be interactive.
Yeah. So in that model, I'm trying. So I use Internet Clicker in that model with a multi-view back to my speakers of what the audience is seeing, and along with the slides. And I'm just wondering if I just sent a multi-view of the speakers and maybe what the program is, and didn't worry about the slides, but did a separate slide share. So in essence, there'd be two videos within the Zoom meeting for the presenters to see. One's a slide share that they could advance. I mean, I was playing with it. It's nice. I mean, it's, immediately that things are advancing or not advancing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just trying to.
You can do in Mixer that you can basically take two different outputs, like a picture in picture side by side.
Oh, and that's what I'm thinking of. So basically, the slide, I'd use NDI to bring it into vMix and mix my show the way I wanted to. But then the presenters could have always the challenge is the presenters do want to see their slides. I'm doing a lot of business stuff, so there's always slides.
I think the most difficult part there it's audio, because you need to send back mix minus to the speaker, which means you need to have like audio engineer who will actually do that.
Yeah, I mean,
or actually who will take care of this. That's the difficult part. I mean, taking like a program output that you're sending to webinar and combining this picture in picture with a presentation that they have like a preview monitor, that's easy.
well, so I'm doing the mix minuses today. So I'm sending it all out. I typically live stream it, but I could easily push it into another webinar. So my presenters are in a meeting, and I'm, if it's in the cloud, I'm using Zoom rooms to bring them in. If it's in our office, I use Zoom ISO to bring them in as separate camera feeds with a muxed audio feed from the room. But I'm just trying to, all of these presentations with the speakers typically have some PowerPoint slides, which I've been using Internet Clicker for.
Yeah.
And as we've kind of talked, it works great. You can't have your presenters sharing a Zoom window because then they lose track of what else is going on in the room. And so I was thinking, how can I leverage this the Zoom feature of being able to advance the slides?
Yeah, well, the presentation control can always work if it's a share, but it has to be a Zoom share to be able to leverage the presentation control, because that tool is offered by Zoom and Zoom only. So if you're not if you're not going to be sharing, but you're going to be spotlighting your virtual camera out, then it's a have to, Internet Clicker, or what they have another. What was that other frog? Is there frog something frog remote something? That was a
Guys,
reptile name of some sort.
can you maybe give me a tip for when you have the situation bringing panelists in a meeting or speakers in a meeting into a webinar for attendees? And I want to have this audio feedback from the meeting into from the webinar into the meeting, so that some attendees maybe get promoted to panelists, can ask a question, this going audio into the meeting back, so that the speakers can hear the questions from the attendees. You know what I mean? Is this possible in a good way, or is this quite
well, I
difficult?
mean, what's in the middle of that? What's switching that? I mean, in my world, vMix would be in the middle of that.
In my world, it's ATEMs. So I have an ATEM USB camera with the speakers feeding into the webinar, and then the same back.
So
maybe.
you have to. What I can do with let me share.
So I'm operating in a vMix world too.
Yeah.
And
so
what I would
can
do
in vMix, or Bill can do in vMix, we can do right down here with our buses. On the bottom right.
But I don't have vMix
for every channel. So if this was, let's say this was my Zoom machine, that separate Zoom meeting, I could on this bus, the bus is the outputs, right? It either comes into me with audio or not, right? So let's assume it's coming in with audio, but when it outputs, it's outputting, to bus A or bus B, or, I mean, we can go, right now I can go up to bus C, but the fact is I think, we can go up to G, I think, if we enabled them all. So I'll pop that up real quick.
I would love to have a vMix system, but I don't.
But how you are mixing audio, you can do even without vMix with the normal.
But you have to do it with hardware.
Yeah.
If you have a board and you understand the mix minus, it's just wherever the sound is coming from, you
Yes,
just
I
keep track
understand
of
the
that
mix minus.
source, and you just don't want to send. You want to send everything back except where it came from, right?
source.
That's the
I know.
mix minus. Whether you do it with
and
hardware or software.
I was wondering if it's like possible within the ATEM world to have one ATEM feeding the webinar, and one webinar machine going audio back into the ATEM that goes into the meeting. But I don't know.
I think I'm not super savvy there, but I think
So what I think you'd have,
video you could say yes to that, but the audio you won't. You don't have enough separate individual channels with audio just with two ATEMs. You'd have to have a soundboard that's robust enough.
Yeah, you need the auxiliary channels.
Yeah,
outputs.
exactly.
Yeah.
Even TriCaster, it's weak on that side.
Okay.
Maybe X32. I think this is probably affordable mixer, and it's,
we have a QL1, so that's not a problem
That's
for me.
perfect.
It's more. Yeah, but I'm not good in working on it. I was thinking of a, so to say, more easy solution within the ATEM world. But so I know how to do a mix minus with
the guy you
QL1.
want to connect with. Really, he still has a machine connected to this meeting. Is Ed Willock. He's a sound guy. He's a projector guy as well, but he's especially a sound audio guy. He could help walk you through the logic and implementation on that pretty easily for him, anyways, because he's just very, very experienced with it. He used to mix professional concerts for a long time when there were live concerts, so he could help
Back in
you
these
out.
days.
Yeah. So yeah, he's solid there. I walk you through with vMix, but it wouldn't carry over to you. Same logical concept, but different implementation.
no easy way for you. You're going to have to throw hardware to de-embed that audio, bring it into your mixer, and push it back. And now you got sync issues. And
No, it gets hard. So maybe only use chat.
But you made me start thinking, because I've never taken audio questions from like a webinar audience, and you could do that.
Yes, you could promote them to panelists, and
you promote them to panelists.
I think the only problem is the time aspect. Does it go like immediately, instantly, or do you have to wait till they open the microphones and so? But in theory, it's no problem.
It's reasonable. I mean, the latency in Zoom is low enough it works. I mean, people do it all the time. And webinar has a feature coming called Backstage, and your speakers will be able to arrive. I believe they arrive in Backstage, which is a green room of all essence. It has a return feed of the program, even if the program's live. Let's say a speaker speaks, but they're not speaking till 2 hours into the program. They can still arrive 2 hours, ready, and be in the backstage room. It has a return feed of the live program that's going on. They can talk amongst themselves in the backstage room and not be heard. And you can get them all ready for lighting and mic and video and all that, and then send them out to the live session when it's their turn. And the return
from
feed
production, you
tells
have a
them.
talkback channel. Am I right?
Yeah. You can communicate with them on the whole bit. So,
and this is like rumors for the future, or is it something that
no,
will
this
come
is
in the near
this
future?
is something that that internally, like Kevin Babcock in the meeting today didn't talk, but he was present. He's with Zoom, and he said he's been seeing internally, the early releases and so forth, and he's really liking what he's seeing, and so yeah, They haven't announced an approximate time yet, but they announced it at Zoomtopia. It's real internally, so I would, my guess would be in 60, 90 days, maybe. I mean, that's not qualified at all, but it wouldn't surprise me to see it in the what is it right now, January, the end of the first quarter, maybe second quarter. So that'll be
Jeff,
a biggie, and that's going to be webinar only.
when I
Yeah,
see
but
like the backstage and they've got I've seen demoed the background templates with the multi boxes with the
Yeah.
name cards. Are we going to even need to be using a vMix for this stuff, or will all this be done right within Zoom?
Well, in Backstages within Zoom, name cards and that wallpaper is Zoom. The enforcement of this given virtual background is Zoom, but none of they haven't released anything that has transitions or I mean, everything's still a spotlight, everything's still a 2-up or based on screen. There's still the clunky things. It doesn't make Zoom. It's not giving Zoom the production tools. I think it's just kind of creating kind of a middle ground between this definite conference room tool versus not a fully produced result, but a semi-produced result. Looks good, has names, keeps people separate, brings them on stage. I mean, there's some elements, but as far as replacing external tools, I don't necessarily see that coming.
Are these name charts features available yet in meetings or webinars?
I think they're out. Let me. The way I haven't seen them in use, but I haven't even tried to go out and test yet. But I know who displayed an example, so bear with me just a second.
Is it okay if I share another screen here? Because this is what I saw.
Yeah, that's the one I was chasing down too. So, yeah, from Denise, she manages I'm a moderator on her site here. It's called Zoom Events Professionals, but she, as her and her husband had put out this example that she said the post says that it's out. So, I just haven't gone and tested it yet. Let me.
Not too bad.
No, but it lets you put that wallpaper instead of just the black screen. It lets you deliver forcefully what the virtual background is for everybody who comes in. And then it does these name labels as well. And let me log into my Zoom back end and see.
I'm noticing they have
under
radius
webinar.
corners on the camera. Well, I'm assuming these are cameras with with little radius corners.
So if I schedule
And they
new
force
webinar-
a common background. So this is using the Zoom wallpaper. Forgive me, Jeff. I don't know what they call it. The wallpaper,
the virtual background. Yeah, they
virtual
force the virtual
background. So
background.
they enforce it on every camera feed for consistency,
Mm-hmm.
which is option. You don't have to do that. But anyway, I thought it looked pretty nice, and it just showed me kind of what Zoom is thinking.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, what one challenge I always see with Zoom is that depending on what kind of device you have, the viewer experience is different. And depending on the bandwidth, the viewer experience is different. And I just feel like when I live stream things, I have more control over what the end user is going to see.
Absolutely. Yeah, guess what? Some of the oldest clients out there, Zoom clients out there, will take a single video feed that we control. We produce it all, send it out. That's the only one they need to see. where a lot of these other features are absolutely bound to this version or newer, and that can be a deal killer, at the end of the day. So, because then they have to, either standardize or they, isolate out some of their audience or whatnot. So when she posted this, she said, it's a webinar feature, since it will also be available in Zoom events, and it's super cool. Oh, she indicated on her post that it's a beta feature, so it's not out yet. She has it on her account as a beta right now, so that makes sense. So yeah, there's definitely, there's things coming, but nothing I, as a producer don't get too worried about. And the other thing is, I say there's, like this client I did all this work for this week, they thought they could do it all themselves last year and failed miserably. And this year they, paid for a producer and 2 moderators for every session they had. And it went, I would guess that the overall feedback is probably going to be pretty positive, but I know all the ones I was on, went really well. They were super satisfied. They loved Internet Clicker as Slido worked out with the one. And these were with, executive admin assistant, who's really the boss, if you will, and the executives and some of the toughest crowds to please. And they were really happy with what went on. So I just tell everybody, hey, be ready for some of the simple work, because that's not going away. These new features don't make switching and timing and organizing and keeping a meeting secure, and so forth. It doesn't change any of that necessarily. But there will always be the need, especially for not just individual daily meetings, events, right? Summits and events and big conferences and so forth. They'll always be around. They'll be growing, without a doubt. They'll be growing.
Well, Jeff, thank you for hosting this afternoon. It was a good session.
Pleasure.
And I need to sign off.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yes,
I hear you. It's how long has it been? I don't have must have turned my clock off. I used to tell Zoom to give me a running timer.
I
But
think
we
I
started
saw,
at 2:00 and it's 4 hours and 40 minutes later.
yeah, I think I saw Amir reach for a glass of wine earlier,
There you go. Yeah, I wouldn't
which I'm
blame you.
jealous. I saw that. I was going to say something at the time, but I'm
Yeah,
still in my office.
1 in the morning. It's 1:38 in the morning here.
Well,
Yes,
then
you
you should
too.
be on your second one.
Yeah.
Where are you, Amir?
In Geneva, Switzerland.
Ah, I see.
Yeah. It was this.
And,
was the
and you,
first
where you're
event.
in Germany, right?
I'm in Berlin, yes.
Oh
Germany.
yeah, okay. I
This
same
was the
same
first
same
one
time
I
zone.
worked
Yes.
for 2 a.m. call times, 3 a.m.
No,
call
I'm waiting
times. It
NAB
was
now.
killing me. I'm
I
like,
will watch
holy
NAB
mackerel.
now.
But yeah, we adjust, we survive. So it's good. It brings reality though, that there's not just your own time zone. Everybody got one. So it's fun. Always good connecting with you guys.
Thank you
And,
so much.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
We will
Thank you very much.
close out for the archives and the stream, and we'll see you next week.
Okay. Take care.
Thank
Have
you.
a great weekend, guys.
You too. Bye bye.
Bye bye.